Senate will come to order. Senators will be in their seats. Clerk will call the roll.
Alley. Argabright. Billinger. Blasey. Blue. Bowers. Bowser. Clays from Saline. Clays from Sedgwick. Clifford. Corson. Dietrich. Erickson. Fagg. Fascudo. Francisco. Gossage. Haley. Holscher. Klemp. Cluse. Masterson. Murphy. Owens. Peck. Peterson. Petty. Rose. Reichman. Schmidt. Schallenberger. Shane. Starnes. Sykes. Thomas. Thompson. Titus. Tyson. Ware. Warren.
Senate, we have a guest chaplain with us this afternoon. Please welcome Reverend Benjamin Oakrey. He's from the Calvary Lutheran Church in Topeka, and he's the guest of Senator Titus. Senators and guests, please rise and give prayerful attention to our guest chaplain.
Let us pray. Almighty and everlasting God, you rule all things in heaven and earth. We come before you today seeking your wisdom, guidance, and grace as we begin this session of the Kansas State Senate. You have called these leaders to serve the people of this great state. Grant them discernment to make decisions that uphold justice, promote peace, and care for the most vulnerable among us. In a world filled with division, let this chamber be a place where truth and integrity prevail. Give our senators hearts that seek the common good, minds that pursue wisdom, and words that build up rather than tear down. May their service reflect humility, compassion, and a steadfast commitment to righteousness. Bless the people of Kansas, O Lord, its families, workers, farmers, educators, and all who call this land home. We all seek to love our neighbor as ourselves and walk in your ways of mercy and truth. We ask you to break and hinder the will of the evil one, that we might live in your beneficent light and peace. May all here do what is right in your eyes, and in all things, may your will be done. All this we pray in the name of Jesus Christ, your Son, our Lord, who lives and reigns with you in the Holy Spirit, one God, now and forever. Amen. To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Point of personal privilege, Chair recognizes the senator from Finney, Senator Clifford.
Thank you, Mr. President. Back in January, I asked for this point of personal privilege and it seemed like a long ways away to the last day, but here we are. I'm really excited to welcome to the Senate Chamber the Real Men, Real Leaders program from Garden City. With over 200 graduates, this leadership program is dedicated to empowering young men with the confidence, skills, and character to succeed in life and in their communities. Through mentorship, hands-on training, and community service, participants develop core values like respect, integrity, and perseverance, preparing them to lead in their families, in their schools, and in their future careers. Serving young men from 5th grade through high school, the program connects them with inspiring role models, including young professionals and community leaders. Young men focus on teamwork, goal setting, and personal development, while the older members gain real-world skills in job readiness, financial literacy, and career preparation. And don't worry, ladies, it's taken 15 years to train these guys. Women are coming in the next school year. Beyond leadership training, Real Men, Real Leaders often offers enrichment experiences from this state capitol visit, business networking, and special nights like Mother and Son Night, which teaches them etiquette and respect, and the outdoor program where young men learn environmental responsibility, and outdoor safety. This program thrives because of a strong community support, strong mentors, and volunteers who invest in these young leaders' futures. But the heart of Real Men, Real Leaders is the incredible student staff who bring this program to life, Mr. President. Today, we're proud to welcome and introduce 13 young men who embody the values and missions of this program, alongside the 4 dedicated staff members who mentor and guide them every step. And before I introduce them, I'd just like to remind my fellow senators, this is the face of Garden City. This is the face of Southwest Kansas. This is the face of the future of our great state. So, young man, if you would stand as I call your name. First, David Arteaga, I'm sorry, David. Isaiah Ortegon, Liam Perkins, Aiden Music, Alexander Lujan, Wyatt Garrison, Manny Madera, Joseph Arellano, David Calderon, Javier Luzano, Javier Maris, Aiden Castillo, Wyatt Stevens. And I'd also like to introduce the adult staff. We have former State Representative Ronaldo Mesa, Jonas Cruz, Tim Sperry, intrepid bus driver, and Edgar Mesa, who's also a driver. Let's give them a warm Senate welcome. Thank you. Mr. President, I ask that my remarks be spread across the journal.
So ordered.
Thank you.
Welcome to the Kansas Senate, boys. Sharp-looking group. Welcome back to the Senate, Ray. Or not to the Senate, welcome back to the Capitol. He was a representative. Second point of privilege, Chair recognizes Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Clays. That's what I have on my... Is it? Yeah, Senator from Sedgwick. I'm looking at you, but I got you. I said Sedgwick, right?
You did. Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to draw some attention to my oldest daughter, Jordan Clays, who is in the gallery today. And sitting next to her is my favorite sibling, Jana Clays Sanchez, is also here. So a warm Senate welcome. Thank you.
Welcome to Kansas. We're still trying to decide if 2 Clays is too much, right? So just the right amount of Clays. Senator from Saline, Senator Clays.
Well, let's keep this family reunion going, Mr. President. I'd like to introduce our pages for today. Jacob and Jackson Sanchez, our nephews.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. President. I also have pages with me today. I have Hannah Kimball and Alina Shipley, and I'll ask them to stand up. And they came from Lawrence and got to sit in a lot of committee meetings today.
Welcome to the Kansas Senate. All right, please note references to bills on page 1 and 2 of the calendar. Messages from the House. Clerk will read.
Announcing passage of House Bill 2402, announcing passage of Senate Bill 50 is amended, Senate Bill 78 is amended, and Senate Bill 114 is amended. The House accedes to the request of the Senate for a conference on Senate Bill 23 and has appointed Representatives Sutton, Bergkamp, and Neighbor as conferees on the part of the House. The House accedes to the request of the Senate for a conference on Senate Bill 24 and has appointed Representatives Sutton, Bergkamp, and Neighbor as conferees on the part of the House. The House adopts the conference committee report on Senate Bill 14, announcing passage of House Bill 2223, announcing passage of Senate Bill 36 and Senate Bill 58, announcing passage of Senate Bill 199 as amended, House Bill 2402, an act concerning education, and House Bill number 2223, an act concerning health professions and practices.
Please see the March 18th Journal for reports from the Kansas Judicial Branch and Department of Revenue. Consideration of appointments. Chair recognizes the Majority Leader from Sedgwick, Senator Blasey.
Thank you, Mr. President. In compliance with Senate Rule 55, the appointments on page 3 of the calendar are ready for consideration. Is there any discussion?
Senator from Montgomery, Senator Peck.
Thank you, Mr. President. One of the appointees today that we will consider is Mr. Kennedy for the Wildlife and Parks. Mr. Kennedy is a very nice man, a very intelligent man. Mr. Kennedy has a background, 4 years as a matter of fact, in diversity, equity, and inclusion. Oh yeah, they don't call it necessarily that where he came to us from Missouri. He's not a Kansan. Most recently, he came from Missouri. Yes, he grew up here. My understanding, Mr. President, is that there's been an agreement reached that if certain things happen, it'll be okay to confirm Mr. Kennedy to this position. Well, number one, I'm an absolute no on Mr. Kennedy, not because I dislike the man, very nice guy, but philosophically, with his diversity, equity, inclusion, DEI background, he's not right for Kansas. Would not be good to bring that into Kansas. The agreement, there's no assurances, absolutely zero assurances that that agreement can be met by the Kansas legislature. I know a lot of you got an email, as did I. As a matter of fact, it's sitting right on my desk right now, stating that there's an agreement that's been reached and go ahead and support Kennedy. Body, I would urge you to vote the way that you were planning to vote before you went to bed last night. And I don't know how the vote will come out. But Mr. Kennedy went through a confirmation hearing in the summer through the Confirmation Oversight Committee, made his presentation, answered some questions that were asked by the committee. Well, then he had the privilege of going through a confirmation hearing on the Senate side in the Agriculture and Natural Resources Committee. Some similar questions were asked on similar topics in a different way to find out if he would answer the questions the exact same way. We did not. If you're going to answer a question one way in one setting, maybe he forgot that he was on YouTube, and will be on YouTube from now on, and so it can be verified. But if a person can't answer the questions very similar on the same topic, the same way, 6 months apart, actually not even 6 months, more like 4 months, that raises questions in my mind. So I just thought that I would rise, Mr. President, in opposition to the nomination of Christopher Kennedy for Secretary of Kansas Wildlife and Parks. I don't believe, I know in my heart, that he's not the right man for the job at this time. We've been told that, well, the DEI is behind him. That's like saying my marriage to my wife is behind me. Nope, it's not behind me. It'll never be behind me, even if we got divorced or even if she passed away. So I liken this in the same way. It is who he is. And so I'm going to be voting no. I urge my colleagues to vote no. There could be a lot more I could say, but I don't think anything I say much, Mr. President, is going to change anyone's vote on this issue. But I feel it important for this body, for the people of Kansas, to know who may be the Secretary of Wildlife and Parks, and for my colleagues who are casting a vote, that, quote, agreement, close quote, that was reached, I have very, very little faith that it will come through, because it relies not only on this body, but relies on the other chamber. Not certain the other chamber really is willing to play ball on Senate Bill 211, which we haven't even, it hasn't even been turned in, Mr. President. The committee report has not been turned in. The bill has not been scheduled for floor debate. So for an agreement to be made on something that's just really out there is very risky. Thank you, Mr. President. I think I've said all that I need to say, and I think I've made my position very clear.
Any further discussion? Senator from Meade, Senator Reichman.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I rise in support Christopher Kennedy. I listened to him a long time, different times in my office. We talked about a lot of different areas. And DEI was the first area that I talked to him about. Not only did we spend a lot of time talking, there are a lot of different situations. In ag, natural resources, he was there probably 3 times. And of all the times I've heard people answer questions, I've never been in a hearing or hear that where he was asked so many in so many different topics. And he answered with the idea that as far as any kind of employment or anything, he was going to go on merit. He's a man that has been over 30 years in wildlife and parks. He's lived in Kansas. Obviously, he had the job to do in Missouri, and it wasn't the DEI area. And when I talked to him, I says, you know, DEI to me means it didn't earn it. But as I talked to him in the depth that he had and what he shared, and also his demeanor, he was peppered with a lot of tough questions. And also in my old age, as I noticed that different people can sit and hear and they receive different information. And when I got from him that he was a man that was calm, and that I thought he was capable of doing the job, and I didn't think that he was lying to us at all. I think he had a lot of reflection, and that he knew that wasn't the way to go, DEI, to come here in Kansas. One of the things when I came in the Senate is that less is more, and I'm talking more than I normally do. So I'm going to sit down now.
Further comment or discussion on the appointments? Seeing none, I think we'll hold for final action. Do you have any comments, Senator Sedgwick?
No, Mr. President, I move the appointments.
We'll hold for final action. We're now ready for final action. We'll have 2 roll calls this morning. For me, the first roll call will take the following: the appointments of Brown, Wheeler, Kennedy, Hall, Mahoney, McCoy, and Gleason, and 3 bills off the consent calendar: HB 2085, 2182, and 2238. Clerk will read the titles.
By the Governor, Chief Hearing Officer for the State Board of Tax Appeals, Thomas Brown. Member of the State Board of Tax Appeals, Kristen Wheeler. Secretary for the Department of Wildlife and Parks, Christopher Kennedy. Members for the University of Kansas Hospital Authority, Donald Hall and Maureen Mahoney. Brigadier General of the Kansas National Guard, Michael McCoy. Member of the Central Low-Level Radioactive Waste Commission, Kate Gleason. House Bill 2085, an act concerning livestock, and House Bill 2182, an act concerning protection orders, and House Bill 2238, an act concerning legislative staff agencies.
Clerk will call the roll.
Alley. Argabright. Billinger. Lazy. Blue. Bowers. Bowser.
No on Kennedy, aye on the ballot.
Clays from Saline. Clays from Sedgwick. Clifford.
on Kennedy, aye on the ballot.
Corson. Dietrich. Erickson. Fag. Fascudo. Francisco. Gossage. Haley. Holscher. Klemp. Cluse. Masterson. Murphy. Owens. Peck. Peterson. Petty. Rose. Reichman. Schmidt. Schallenberger. Shane. Starnes. Sykes. Thomas. Thompson. Titus. Tyson. Ware. Warren.
Has every senator had an opportunity to vote? Does any senator wish to explain their vote? Change their vote? Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Preliminary count on Kennedy and explanation on 2238.
Preliminary on Kennedy is 23 in favor, 12 opposed. You may proceed with your explanation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. While I understand it was on the consent calendar 2238, I'm not sure that having the Department of Administration do minutes for interim committee is a good idea. Thank you.
Further explanation or changes? Seeing none, clerk will close the roll, tally the vote. Forty having voted in favor and none opposed to the passage of House Bill 2085, House Bill 2182, confirmation of Brown, Gleason, Hall, Mahoney, McCoy, and Wheeler. 39 having voted in favor and 1 opposed to the passage of House Bill 2238, and 23 in favor and 12 opposed to confirmation of Christopher Kennedy. These measures, having reached their constitutional required majority, are hereby declared passed and confirmed. On second roll call, we'll take the following. House Bill 2254, 2030, 2044, 2049, 2061, 2075, 2168, 2201, 2333, and 2371. Clerk will read the titles.
House Bill 2254, an act concerning agriculture. House Bill 2030, an act concerning motor vehicles. House Bill 2044, an act concerning insurance. House Bill 2049, an act concerning insurance. House Bill 2061, an act concerning crimes, punishment, and criminal procedure. House Bill 2075, an act concerning minors. House Bill 2168, an act concerning motor vehicles. House Bill 2201, an act concerning motor vehicles. House Bill 2333, an act concerning insurance. And House Bill 2371, an act concerning business entities.
Clerk will call the roll.
Alley. Argabright. Billinger. Blasey. Blue. Bowers. Bowser. Clays from Saline. Clays from Sedgwick. Clifford. Corson. Dietrich. Erickson. Fag. Vascudo. Francisco. Gossage. Haley. Holscher. Klemp. Luce. Masterson. Murphy. Owens. Peck. Peterson. Petty. Rose. Reichman. Schmidt. Schallenberger. Shane. Starnes. Sykes. Thomas. Thompson. Titus. Tyson. Ware. Warren.
Has every senator had an opportunity to vote? Does any senator wish to explain their vote? Change your vote? Seeing none, clerk will close the roll, tally the vote. Forty having voted in favor and none opposed to the passage of House Bill 2030, 2044, 2049, 2061, 2075, 2254, 2333, 2371. 37 having voted in favor and 3 opposed the passage of House Bill 2168. 39 in favor and 1 opposed the passage of House Bill 2201. These measures, having received the required constitutional majority, are hereby declared passed. Chair recognizes the Majority Leader from Sedgwick, Senator Blasey.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole for consideration of bills on the calendar under the heading of General Orders.
You've heard the motion. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. Chair appoints the Senator from Montgomery, Senator Peck, to preside over the Committee of the Whole.
Senate, having resolved itself to the Committee of the Whole, will now consider those items listed on the calendar under the heading of General Orders. We will now turn our attention to Senate Bill 69. The chair recognizes the senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson, to explain the bill and to adopt the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move we adopt the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. Senator, you may explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the Rural Opportunity Zone is a program that is inexistent. It is if individuals move out of state into a rural opportunity county, then they can qualify for up to 5 years, no state income tax, and for student loan reimbursement if the county is a participating county. The committee did make some amendments. We amended it to allow an option to choose between the student loan and or the child care or for a down payment on a home. All of those are limited to a $15,000 maximum over the 5 years. And we also expanded it so that the individuals moving from urban counties into a rural opportunity zone county in Kansas could also qualify. They would have to meet the existing parameters. There's a salary limit, a minimum salary that they have to meet, and a few other things too. It would be the same qualifications, and they would have to apply with the Department of Revenue. With that, I'd stand for questions.
Are there questions for the senator from Lynn? Seeing none, senator from Lynn, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that when the committee rises and report, it report SB 69 favorably for passage.
You have heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. We will now turn our attention to Senate substitute for House Bill 2102. For the purposes of carrying the bill, the chair recognizes the senator from Riley, Senator Starnes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The House Bill Sub 2102, this bill modifies Kansas education law regarding student enrollment in public school districts with a particular focus on non-resident and military students. The legislation primarily addresses 3 categories of students: Kansas non-residents, out-of-state residents, and military families. For general out-of-state applicants, school districts may consider their enrollment applications only after completing the non-resident transfer process and if open seats remain. The law explicitly prioritizes Kansas non-resident students over out-of-state applicants. The bill includes a special provision for children of school district employees. If a student lives in another state but has a parent or guardian employed by a Kansas school district, that district's Board of Education may allow the student to enroll as if they were a resident. A significant new addition to the law specifically benefits military families. Students whose parent or guardian may be stationed at a Kansas military installation can now enroll physically moving to the state. This advanced enrollment is permitted if the family can provide evidence of the upcoming military assignment, which must be scheduled for either the current or immediately following school year. The legislation will become effective upon its publication in the Kansas statute book, replacing the existing version of KSA 72-3128. There were 6 proponents, no opponents, no neutral, and it passed the House 121 to 0. And I stand for questions.
Are there questions of the senator from Riley? Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Would the senator from Riley stand for a question?
He is standing.
I always love that answer. In this bill for the military family, they can be accepted prior to their moving, but then how does that play into verification of their actual residence?
Senator from Riley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As far as them playing in physically, they've been able to identify. It would be happening during that current immediate following year. And your specific question was if they are not a resident yet? Is that specifically what you're asking?
Correct, because they.
Wait. We address the chair in this chamber.
Sorry.
We wait to be recognized before we take the floor again. Senator from Wyandotte.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman. Correct, because by, in HB 2102, my understanding is that if they provide evidence, then they can be accepted. But does that hold, is that outside of open enrollment?
Senator from Riley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As far as the open enrollment, I believe that yes, it would be outside of the open enrollment, specifically for military families only.
Senator from Wyandotte.
Thank you. So they would, when do they have to provide actual proof of an address?
Senator from Riley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I assume they would be able to provide the permanent residence once it's established.
Senator from Wyandotte.
Thank you. Does that play in any way into their continued enrollment in that district?
Senator from Riley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No, it does not.
Senator from Wyandotte.
So once they say that they're the military family, once they say that they are moving to that district, or they're going to be relocated and they're moving to that district, they never have to show proof of residency?
Senator from Riley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I yield to Senator Erickson.
Senator from Sedgwick is who you yield to. Senators from Sedgwick, Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and since the good senator from Riley was not here when we did the Open Enrollment Act, I think I can shed some light on this. So when a military family is going to come and be stationed at an institution, military institution here in Kansas, they can pre-enroll their children. They do not have to provide proof of residency unless there is no capacity in that school district. And then they would have to, once they are here, provide proof of residency because of the capacity issues at the district. They would not have to provide proof of residency if there is capacity per the Open Enrollment Act that we passed. And the other thing about military families in the Open Enrollment Act is they are not subject to the lottery provision of that act, so they get preferential treatment in that regard. So thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield back to the senator from Riley.
Senator from Riley, the floor is yours. If you have additional comment, if not, we'll go to the senator from Wyandotte.
I have no additional comments.
Senator from Wyandotte.
Thank you. I appreciate that clarification concerning the fact that with open enrollment, if that district does not have space, then they would be required to demonstrate that they do have a residency in that district. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Additional questions for the senator from Riley? Seeing none, Senator, you may close on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that when the committee rises and reports, it reports sub-bill House Bill 2102 favorable for passage.
You've heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. We will now turn our attention to House Bill 2185. The chair recognizes the senator from Johnson, Senator Thomas, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. House Bill 2185 comes to us as of last year. We passed the Emerge Bill, the Education Masters for Enhanced Readiness and Global Excellence program, which basically provides assistance for National Guard members looking to get their master's degree. So House Bill 2185 would expand the eligibility and also allow for other advanced degrees, and also changes a few definitions as well in statute. But the main goal is to just give our National Guard members more opportunities to get more advanced degrees, and also their dependents as well as defined in the bill per the DEERS program. And with that, I will happily stand for questions.
Are there questions for the senator from Johnson? Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you. Would the senator from Johnson stand for?
He is standing.
My question has to do with under the HB 2185, can the National Guardmen, can they be using this program at the same time as a dependent, or do they have to just decide if they want to pass it on to a dependent?
Senator from Johnson.
It is my understanding they would be able to use it, but they do have the choice to pass it on to a dependent. I can clarify that.
Senator from Wyandotte. Are we still waiting, Senator, for his clarification for your answer? All right. Senator from Johnson.
So yes, they can pass it on to a dependent.
Senator from Wyandotte.
Thank you. So they can choose, if they aren't going to use it, are not going to use it, that they could pass it on to dependent, not that they could use it and then pass it on to dependent. Which of those is correct?
Senator from Johnson. Senator from Johnson.
It's either or.
Senator from Wyandotte.
Either, okay, I don't know, I'm not sure I understand either or. Can they use it and then pass it on to their dependent? Is that correct?
Senator from Johnson.
No, they cannot. They have to choose whether to use it or to pass it on to a dependent.
Senator from Wyandotte.
Thank you. That was the clarification that I was looking for. I have no objections to this program, but I did want to clarify that it's not using it and then going on for a dependent to use it. It's making that decision that if the guardsman isn't using it, that they can allow their dependent to use it. And would that be one or multiple?
Senator from Johnson.
One.
Senator
Thank you.
From Wyandotte.
Thank you.
For the questions of the senator from Johnson, Chair recognizes Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Would the senator stand for question?
He's standing.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I'm just curious. So do legislators that are in the Guard, and we appreciate our Guardsmen for their service and everything they do for our country, but is this also a benefit that legislators can get?
Senator from Johnson.
That is correct.
Senator from Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think some of these bills, we need to start excluding legislators so that they don't qualify. Even though they are in the Guard and serve, it just seems kind of self-serving that we're taking advantage of some of these benefits as legislators. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Additional questions for the senator from Johnson? Seeing none, Senator, you may close on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that when the committee rises and reports, it reports House Bill 2185 favorable for passage.
You have heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion carries. We will now turn our attention to House Bill 2312. The chair recognizes the senator from Potawatomi, Senator Titus, to explain the bill and to adopt the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move we adopt the committee report.
You have heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. Senator, you may explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. House Bill 2312 amends the current statute regarding certified drug abuse treatment programs, which serve as an alternative to prison for certain offenders. This applies to non-drug offenders with low-level felony convictions who are eligible for state-paid treatment. The bill clarifies eligibility and limits to treatment. Additionally, the current statute only allows the Office of Judicial Administration's court service officers to perform these assessments, but this bill broadens and amends the language to permit community corrections officers to perform these assessments in certain circumstances as well. I would stand for questions.
Are there questions of the senator from Potawatomi? Seeing none, Senator, you may close on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that when the committee rises and reports, it reports out House Bill 2312 favorably for passage.
You have heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion carries. We will now turn our attention to House Bill 2048. The chair recognizes Senator from Johnson, Senator Rose, to explain the bill and adopt the committee report.
I move we adopt the committee report.
You have heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. You may explain the bill, Senator.
Thank you. House Bill 2048 amends current Kansas statute in two ways. It was brought by the Department of Insurance. The first way it amends Kansas statute is it changes the definition of person. The second way it amends current Kansas statute is it changes a reporting requirement of the Kansas Department of Insurance from sending a report to the governor to posting the report on the insurance website, and the governor can access the report from the insurance department's website. And with that, I'm happy to stand for questions.
Are there questions of the senator from Johnson? Seeing none, Senator, you may close on the bill.
I move that when the committee rises and reports, it report House Bill 2048 favorably for passage.
You have heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. We will now turn our attention to House Bill 2068. The chair recognizes the senator from Johnson, Senator Gossage, to explain the bill, to adopt the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move we adopt the committee report.
You have heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. Senator, you may explain the bill.
House Bill 2068 would enact the Cosmetologist Licensure Compact. This is one of many compacts that we have here in Kansas. The compact's uniform provisions are outlined in your summary, but I will just state that the purpose of the compact would be to facilitate the interstate practice of cosmetology with the goal of improving public access to cosmetology services and achieving a number of other objectives. In the committee, we've heard that that Kansas does meet the criteria to be a participating state, and the compact does not restrict or reduce the ability to enact or enforce laws, rules, regulations in the practice of cosmetology. We also found out that the proponents of this were the Kansas Chamber of Commerce, the U.S. Department of Defense, Cosmetology Coalition, and the Adjutant General's Department. This does help active duty personnel, and which is part of the reason why this was brought forward. The committee also voted to add the contents of House Bill 2219 in with 2068 because it is the companion bill to SB 126 that this body passed with 39 votes earlier this session. And with that, Mr. Chair, I will stand for questions.
Are there questions of the senator from Johnson? Seeing none, Senator, you may close on the bill.
I move that when the committee rises and it reports House Bill 2068 favorably for passage.
You have heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion carries. We will now turn our attention to Senate substitute for substitute House Bill 2007. The chair recognizes Senator from Sherman, Senator Bellinger, to explain the bill and adopt the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There were committee amendments, and I move we adopt the committee report.
You have heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion carries. Senator, you may explain the bill.
Thank you. 2007, this makes provisions for 2025 adjustments and for the year 2026. This bill contains funding for all the agencies, including corrections, highway patrol, schools, board of regents, and just you can go down the list and see them all. This particular adjustments that we have here in the Senate today, in 2025, we made some adjustments, and in 2026, our total spend on adjustments of expenditures is $10,581,000,000 compared to 2025, which was $10,816,000,000. So we have made some adjustments to lower the amount of spend. Last year, we spent $900 million more than we brought in. So we're trying to get the two trend lines to a little closer together. So we're starting with trying to make some difficult decisions on what we fund and what we do not fund. This budget here still spends about $579 million more than we are projected to bring in, but it does get us closer to moving the trend lines closer together. And with that, Mr. Chair, I would stand for questions.
Are there questions for the senator from Sherman? Seeing none. Body, I'm going to ask you to be quick on your feet. We're not going to spend all night here. All right, the chair recognizes the senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm wondering if the senator from Sherman could explain the rationale for the state 911 board receiving an appropriation of $2 million for the Critical Facility Mapping Grant Program. This is on page 274 of the Senate substitute for House Bill 2007.
Senator from Sherman.
Thank you. I do not have my book. I was waiting on staff. If we could just pause a minute. I think they were waiting for the other bills to be finished before they came down, so.
We'll pause momentarily while you receive a copy of the bill.
Yes. So she had a question in the book on a certain page. I don't even have the book yet.
Does any member have a copy of the bill they could loan the chair temporarily until we get him a copy?
Oh, staff's here.
All right, we've got a copy. Thank you for your willingness.
What was the page number again?
Senator from Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The page is 274.
Senator from Sherman.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, those funds were added over in the House. That's why we weren't familiar with them. But this is a mapping program where they can map a building like a school. And when this mapping is done, someone calls 911 and they say, we have, possible assault going on or whatever it might be. And this mapping is important so they would know where in the school to send help.
Senator from Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I, in my job working for the University of Kansas and the University of Kansas Medical Center, kept track of space for the university, which involved mapping all the buildings. So one concern I have is that we would need to have individuals who could update that information, because bad information is almost even worse than no information. So our 911 dispatchers and our law enforcement often are familiar with the schools, the hospitals in their communities. Does the senator from Sherman have an idea of what it would cost to map an elementary school? And if so, how many could be mapped with this $2 million?
Senator from Sherman.
The 2 million covers approximately 1/3 of all the schools.
Senator from Douglas.
1/3 of the elementary schools or post-secondary schools, government buildings, mass gathering sites, and healthcare facilities, all the facilities identified in the proposal.
Senator from Sherman.
Thank you. 1/3 of the K-12.
Senator from Douglas.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Mr. Chair, I am waiting on some amendments that have not been delivered regarding this program, but I wanted to make sure that we had this discussion, so I appreciate being able to at least start it, and I will let you know when those, I've received those.
Additional questions for the senator from Sherman. The chair recognizes a senator from Barton, Senator Blue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have 2 amendments. The first one, I'll just go ahead and get the process started, is 2001, if that wants to be handed out, and I will proceed once people have it in their hand.
You have turned the amendment in and you have read the number. Thank you. We will pause momentarily while the amendment is distributed. Senator from Barton, do you wish to explain your amendment or have it read?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So if you have the budget in front of you and if you want to look at the bill, we are on page 99. Well, 96 is where I'm pulling the funding from, which is the Job Creations Program Fund. And then we are inserting it, Build Up Kansas Funds, which those who don't know, that is the Association of General Contractors. They work with our high schools and our community colleges and 4 years on funding programs. So we have adequate workforce for these programs. And so they asked for just their normal line item, which was $2,625,000. And the Department of Commerce cut it to $2 million in the House and didn't give a reasoning why. It was an EDIF, and then the House did, and then the Senate did not have a position at all and did not fund it. So I'm just trying to fully fund this program, as it is very, very important to our construction workers, and these are jobs in our schools, and making sure that students are fully prepared and that they have their OSHA certification and that we are getting qualified workers in the workforce.
Questions of the senator from Barton on the amendment? Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Would the carrier of the amendment stand for question?
She is standing.
Thank you. Wouldn't these students qualify under the Senate Bill, what's often referred to as Senate Bill 155 for certifications, that they could receive those without this program?
Senator from Barton.
From my understanding, and we've been funding this for years, is that this is a program that is put on by and is approved by the Department of Education. And I'm going to pull up my notes real quick. Where is that? This is a program that is approved by the Department of Education, and each school district decides if they want to participate or not, and it is through NCCER, construction materials.
Senator from Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. But what she the carrier of the amendment said that they can get their certification, and I'm asking, can't they get their certification through Senate Bill 155? It allowed people to get certifications at the high school level so that they can come out and are qualified to cosmetology, welding. I mean, we do all over the place, and we're getting into IT certifications now too for our high school students. Wouldn't they be able to get that certification through that program?
Was that a question? Senator from Barton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't have an answer for that. I'm not quite sure then if that is the case, then why we've been funding it for years.
Senator from Lynn.
That's my question also. So why are we moving funds back into it when they can get the certification? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Additional questions of the senator from Barton on the amendment? Seeing none, Senator, you may close on your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I close on this amendment.
You have heard the motion to amend House Bill 2007. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion appears to pass. Motion does pass. We are back on the bill. The chair recognizes the senator from Barton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My next amendment is 2010, and it has been turned in.
And the number of the amendment again was 2010?
2010.
All right, we'll hold for a moment while the amendment is distributed. Senator, do you wish to explain your amendment or have it read?
I can explain it. This is one that I've worked with some folks in through some other offices with the Department of Revenue. There is a project that is completely grant funded in Barton County that they applied for a sales tax exemption. They're a nonprofit. The Department of Revenue said that their hands are tied. They have denied the sales tax exemption certificate. They are now over budget. And so this just states to, essentially my intent is to work to figure out a way, other projects that are very similar to this have been approved via sales tax exemption. And this is just one to help with this project that is now over budget, and it's all state and federal dollars, and so they'd have to be paying sales tax on it. So this is just stating that if they could not get the sales tax exemption certificate, that the funding will be there for it.
Questions of the senator from Barton? Chair recognizes Senator from Harvey. Senator Owens. Okay, you're standing at your desk. Questions of the senator from Barton? Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Faust-Godot.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If the gentlelady would stand for a question.
She is standing.
Thank you. So is this what you just described, is it for other projects similar or just for the one specific?
Senator from Barton.
Thank you. It's very specific, so it's one project. It cannot be utilized multiple times, so forth. It's just one project, and on top of it, it expires when the budget bill expires.
Additional questions of the senator from Barton? Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The last amendment, okay, but this amendment, it actually reads that the expenditures in the amount of not less than $500,000. So that means no matter what, this group would get $500,000. I won't be supporting this, Mr. Chairman.
Additional questions from the senator from Barton, Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you to the senator from Barton. So I'm looking at the budget book on page 80, and my first question would be, was the funding for this financial assistance to Great Bend for the Great Bend Innovation Center project. Was it in the budget?
Senator from Barton.
No, I have been trying to work with the Department of Revenue to get this. They said that their hands are tied. And so this was the way to hopefully get this project completed. It would be very unfortunate if the project could not be completed and all of those grant dollars cannot be utilized.
Senator from Wyandotte.
So Senator from Barton just referred to grant dollars. So could she please expand on how the Great Bend Innovation Center project, how it's currently being funded and where it's at in its, I guess, development?
Senator from Barton.
We have not, or Great Bend Alive has not broken ground yet. They are at a standstill. And they are waiting for the sales tax exemption certificate to come through. This is something that it will create jobs, multiple jobs in Barton County. It's something that many people are very excited about, including state agencies that are excited about it, that they are being innovative. And so I'm just trying to help them get through. And again, it would be very unfortunate if this project could not happen.
Senator from Wyandotte.
Thank you. I guess it's to the will of the body. There are many projects across the state that are actually looking for funding as well. Some have actually presented through to either House Appropriations or the Senate Ways and Means. It does make it difficult to decide on this one particular one when it hasn't come before either body this year.
Additional questions for the Senator from Barton. Senator from Sherman. Senator Billinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Have they applied for grants like with ARPA or any of the programs that have been going on the last couple of years? And if they have, what was the decision on them?
Senator from Barton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, they have. This project has received numerous grants to make this project happen, and it just doesn't make any sense why this sales tax exemption certificate has been denied. When I was talking to some folks who I worked with who were working with the Department of Revenue, they said that their hands are tied due to how the legislation is drafted. And we've looked at every way possible. And so this was the conclusion and ask that I was asked to make.
Senator from Sherman.
Thank you. So how was the $500,000 determined?
Senator from Barton.
Thank you. It was the bid price, and it was what the sales tax would be if the sales tax exemption, if they did not get the sales tax exemption, then it costs $500,000 in sales tax.
Senator from Sherman.
So we're filling in for the sales tax because it didn't get an exemption. And then the rest of the money is a grant, is that right? That'll pay for this project?
Senator from Barton.
Yes, it is grant dollars.
Senator from Sherman.
And which grant was this? Was this ARPA?
Senator from Barton.
They've received numerous grants. So I can't tell you which ones. I just know they have received numerous grants, some money here, some money here, some money here to make this project happen.
Senator from Sherman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess I just leave this up to the body. I mean, here we are picking out one project in one town, which seems to happen here. So thank you.
Senator from Meade.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The person who made the motion, I'd like to ask her a question. The $500,000, where is this coming from? On PAYGO, I missed that. Thank you.
Senator from Barton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It is through the Department of Revenue.
Senator from Meade.
How much money does the Department of Revenue have? Where you're getting this pile?
Senator from Barton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. They have $17.7 million on the line item that I'm looking at.
Senator from Meade.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Additional questions of the Senator from Barton. Seeing none, Senator, you may close on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is just something that hopefully the Department of Revenue will work to figure out a way that we can get this sales tax exemption. I'm just trying to look out for my district, like many other people in this area, in this body, that they look out for their district and they can get certain projects into the budget, and I'm just trying to help out my district, so I close.
You have heard the motion to amend House Bill 2007. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion appears to fail. Motion does fail. We are back on the bill. Questions of the senator from Sherman, senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment. It's 2008, and it has been turned in.
Amendment number 2008. We will pause momentarily while the amendment is distributed. Senator, do you wish to explain the amendment or have it read?
I'll be glad to explain the amendment. You may recall, or some of you I'm very much aware that we have children in hunger in the state of Kansas, and the governor had put into her budget funding to pay for reduced lunch prices in our schools. That was a figure of $5 million. This was not funded in the budget. As I looked at the budget, I did find funding coming from we currently have within our budget funding for pregnancy crisis clinics at the tune of $2 million, and $4 million has been added within this budget. And so looking at that and realizing in order to have children in Kansas, they do have to be born, and we do want them to be healthy once they are here, and that means that they have to be fed. So this amendment takes $3 million from that, which would leave $1 million addition from the pregnancy clinics, including increasing that to $3 million instead of $2 million, and then $3 million going towards reduced lunches, paying for reduced lunches throughout the state of Kansas. I'll stand for questions.
Are there questions for the senator from Wyandotte? Senator from Johnson, Senator Holscher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, I do have a question for the carrier of the amendment, if she would stand for it.
She is standing.
Can you tell me how much money was budgeted for the crisis pregnancy centers last year compared to this year?
$2 million.
Senator from Wyandotte.
There was $2 million in the budget last year for the pregnancy crisis clinics.
Senator from Johnson.
And there is how much now, and what type of increase are we talking about?
Senator from Wyandotte.
This budget has $6 million. That's a $4 million increase.
Senator from Johnson.
Thank you for that. And then do we have any audits to show the effectiveness of these centers in terms of achieving their goals based upon the budget that they have been given in the past?
Senator from Wyandotte.
No, we do not have any audits on their performance.
Senator from Johnson.
Thank you for that. In light of the fact that almost half of the students in Kansas receive free and reduced price meals, that's based upon families making less than 130% of the federal poverty guidelines for those free meals, and the rest that make less than 185% for reduced price meals. So we have a substantial amount of children out there who are hungry, who are food insecure. And then in light of what the carrier amendment mentioned, we have to take into consideration that this budget for the pregnancy crisis centers was up substantially without any audits conducted to verify the effectiveness. So it would seem more prudent to use that money to fund our school lunches. And keep in mind, constituents overwhelmingly approve of funding free school lunches for students. Students can't learn when they're hungry, and there's a stigma with free and reduced lunch programs. Additionally, we compel children to get an education. We provide desk and supplies. Food is a necessary component for success. I urge the body to support this.
Additional questions for the senator from Wyandotte? Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Falscadeau.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If the lady from Wyandotte would stand for a question.
You will.
Thank you so much. The Petty Amendment, would it be for all schools throughout the state of Kansas? Would they have to have a certain population? I know, Mr. Chairman, I live in Wichita, and the largest school district in the state, and a lot of those students there would certainly benefit from the measure in this amendment.
Senator from Wyandotte.
Thank you for the question. And yes, it would be for all students that are on reduced lunch across the state of Kansas. With $3 million, we could eliminate the co-payment that families pay for their students' lunches right now.
Senator from Sedgwick.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. So would this extend throughout the summer or just during that school year? I do know how important it is, Mr. Chairman, and I always have to use a personal example, how important breakfast is to keep your mind stimulated and keep you learning and healthy and happy. So, Mr. Chairman, you know, some days here in the Capitol, we have a lot of lunches. Today, we didn't have very many, and so I had to leave to get something before I started getting on edge a little bit. But I do know it's important to, we hear reports so much now of how important a meal is to help you concentrate and learn. So I just stand in strong support of the Petty Amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Additional questions for the senator from Wyandotte. Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a couple quick questions for the carrier of this amendment. So you are taking the money for this from the Pregnancy Compassion Awareness Fund, is that correct?
Senator from Wyandotte.
That is correct.
Senator from Sedgwick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And is the senator aware of the work that the Pregnancy Compassion Awareness Centers, the 20 that are across the state, do?
Senator from Wyandotte.
Yes, I've listened to their presentations and heard from them, and they have been doing that work with, we have put in $2 million, and this actually leaves in place an additional $1 million with this amendment.
Senator from Sedgwick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And concerning the well-being of children, is the senator aware of the importance of birth to age 3?
Senator from Wyandotte.
I'm very much aware of the importance of birth to age 3, which this has no impact on, because this starts, well, it would have, if 3-year-olds are in school and participating in the school lunch program, then it would have an impact on 3-year-olds.
Senator from Sedgwick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Pregnancy Compassion Resource Centers help get a child off to the best start in the most critical time period of their lives. They help the mothers find jobs, be stable. They help with diapers. They help well after the birth to make sure that that child and that mother have the best start possible. One final question for the senator. Senator, do you know how much that K-12, pre-K-12 got in just CPIU for 2025?
Senator from Wyandotte.
Actually, I'm not looking at that budget right now.
Senator from Sedgwick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, we're talking about cutting this program that helps children get off to a healthy start and the mother's birth to age 3. And I'm talking about $2 million. The CPIU for K-12, pre-K-12, this last year was $224.2 million. Seems to me that cutting it from this very vital program that helps those children and those mothers get off to a good start is not the place. If we're saying we want to make sure that kids are healthy and ready to learn, this is not the place to take it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Additional questions for the Senator from Wyandotte, Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
Thank you. Just a question, if she would stand for it.
She will stand.
Thank you. Just to clarify, this is not a cut to the pregnancy compassion centers. This is a decrease of an increase, and they would still get $1 million increase.
Senator from Wyandotte.
That is absolutely correct. They now have $2 million. The reflection for an increase was up to $6 million. This leaves an additional $1 million and $3 million going for school lunches.
Senator from Johnson.
And just to follow up, so we currently, this is going to expand to our most vulnerable children to make sure that they are getting the start that they need, that they have full tummies so that they're able to learn in the classroom.
Senator from Wyandotte.
Thank you for that question. And yes, it is so important that they have the ability. We know that a hungry child has those distractions and is not the best learner. Research is clear that students who are hungry perform worse in the classroom than kids who have access to reliable, healthy meals. So if we want to ensure that we have our children able to learn, ready to learn, then we should be wanting them to be well fed. And this helps to make sure that that reduced price is covered.
Senator from Johnson.
Thank you. I appreciate this amendment, and I think it's a win-win because we're not taking away anything from existing. We're actually continuing to offer enhancements for existing programs, but also helping to make sure that our children are ready to learn. So thank you.
Additional questions for the Senator from Wyandotte on the amendment? Seeing none, Senator from Wyandotte, you may close.
Thank you. So right now, I'm sure the body is aware that 14% of Kansas children are below the federal poverty level, and over 35,000 Kansas students are on reduced lunch. But for many families, even that reduced price is a financial stretch. With this amendment of putting in $3 million to eliminate that copay for families, that would save a family with one child $130 a year, which might sound like not much, but actually that's more than some of the tax relief that we have given to our families in the past have provided for them. So that's more than what we have done through some of our tax relief. This, if they have more than one child, then it would even expand that. Eliminating co-payments for reduced lunch not only helps keep our children fed and ready to learn, but it will also improve the program oversight for school nutrition workers. This funding will make school meal administration more efficient and streamlined for districts. And concerning the pregnancy clinics, this is still an expansion of funding for them. So those are mainly to help to assist a mother prior to giving birth if they decide to use those facilities. This is helping that family after birth, once the child is in school, to be able to stay healthy and be a vibrant learner when they get into school. Some of you may have heard of food as medicine being talked about, and even more so that it improves health outcomes and reduce healthcare costs. So having well-fed children means that we have families that also are well-fed and they're productive workers. Without that, we have more medical costs, and we have more dropout, we have lower attendance rates. So this having our children well-fed is a contributing factor to the success, the economic success of our state. With that, I move my amendment.
You have heard the motion to amend by the Senator from Wyandotte. All in favor signify by saying aye.
I ask for a roll call.
Roll call has been requested. Seeing sufficient hands, this is now a roll call vote on the amendment. Clerk will call the roll.
Alley. Argabright. Billinger. Lazy. Blue. Bowers. Bowser. Claystrom Celine. Claystrom Sedgwick. Clifford. Corson. Dietrich. Erickson. Fag. Fascudo. Francisco. Gossage. Haley. Holscher. Klemp. Cluse. Masterson. Murphy. Owens. Peck. Peterson. Petty. Rose. Reichman.
Senator from Meade, do you wish to vote? You don't wish to vote, or you're voting no?
Schmidt. Schallenberger. Shane. Starnes. Sykes. Thomas. Thompson. Titus. Tyson. Ware. Warren.
Has every member taken the opportunity to vote? Senator from Cali, Senator Alley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No.
Does any member wish to explain their vote? Does any member wish to change their vote? Seeing none, the clerk will close the roll and tally the vote. Eleven having voted in favor and 29 against, the amendment fails. We are back on the bill. Questions for the Senator from Sherman, Senator from Johnson, Senator Corson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have an amendment.
Have you turned the amendment in?
I have, and it is number 2014.
2014. We will pause momentarily while the amendment is distributed. Senator, do you wish to explain your amendment or have it read?
I can explain it, Mr. Chair. So what we would do here is we'd be taking $21 million from the Regional Growth and Development Initiative, and we'd be using that to provide a 5% pay increase for all of our state employees except our regions employees. I would have liked to be able to include the regions. We only have the money we have, so I wasn't able to include them, but I think right now, the current increase, which is between 1 and 2.5% for our state employees, is simply not adequate. It is below inflation. They are having less purchasing power year over year with this small increase. By getting them up to 5%, we'd be helping our state employees who do such a great job in helping our state government function. We'd be helping them combat the inflation and the rising prices that we've continued to see, particularly here in our Shawnee County area. You know, I think right now is a really uncertain time, both for federal and state employees, and providing this pay increase would be a real opportunity for us to say that we see them, we appreciate the work that they do, and to help them combat the rising prices and costs that they've continued to see. And like I mentioned, this would be $21 million from the Regional Growth and Development Initiative. Be glad to stand for questions.
Questions for the senator from Johnson on the amendment? Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So would the senator stand for a question?
He is standing.
Thank you. So is this one-time money that he is taking for an ongoing expenditure?
Senator from Johnson.
So this is thank you, Mr. Chair. This is one-time money for a one-time 5% pay increase.
Senator from Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I absolutely support the state employees and pay increases, but this is not a pay increase would be an ongoing expenditure. If it was a bonus, that would be a different matter. So I have concerns, I'm going to let the body decide, but I just wanted to make it clear, this is an ongoing expenditure with one-time money. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator from Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So as I know the chair is aware, we'll do another budget next year. That budget will have pay increase, decrease, flat for state employees. This is simply just part of the budget that we do every year. We'll do another one next legislative session. So that would be a time for a future legislature to weigh in on any future salary increase, decrease, or adjustments. So this is, again, taking that one-time $21 million and moving that to go to a one-time increase for state employee salaries.
Additional questions for the senator from Johnson. The senator recognizes, or the chair recognizes the senator from Sherman, Senator Bellinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Is the senator aware that we do have pay increases in the bill, and there's a pay progression plan that's in the House bill?
Senator from Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am aware of that. The challenge, as I mentioned, is that modest pay increase really is not helping our state employees combat rising prices and inflation. So I'm trying to increase that increase to make it where they're not actually losing purchasing power year over year, because under the bill, the way it sits today before the body, a state employee would actually have less purchasing power this year than they did last year because the pay increase is not keeping up with inflation. So I'm just trying to realize the real needs of our folks who are out there every day, trying to balance their household budgets, trying to meet expenses, trying to help educate and raise their children, and try to just give them the ability to combat the rising prices that we continue to see.
Senator from Sherman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't disagree. You know, this has been going on for 4 years, and the inflation's been crazy. But I'm going to oppose this because we've already done what we felt like we could do and try to keep our budget stable. Thank you.
Further questions for the senator from Johnson? The chair recognizes the senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a point of clarification. Of course, I support our state employees. Does this particular amendment exclude legislators?
Senator from Johnson.
Let me see if I can get an answer to that. I did not intend to include legislators, but let me check. I know that it includes our regents employees, but let me see if I can get an answer about legislators for the good senator.
Sure.
I'm told that it does not include legislators, Mr. Chair.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'm not speaking to the rest of the amendment, but I think it's appropriate that a pay increase for legislators not be included in this particular amendment, or I'm not advocating for an increase for the legislators. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
On the amendment, the chair recognizes the senator from Johnson, Senator Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do have a question for the carrier of the amendment, if he'll
He's
stand for it.
standing.
My question would be, as employees who receive state funds, does this pay increase include teachers as well?
Senator from Johnson, Senator Corson.
It would include all state employees, not legislators and not regents employees, but it would include all other state employees.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Thomas.
But let me clarify, Mr. Chair, if I may.
All right, Senator from Johnson, Senator Corson.
Teachers are not state employees, they're school district employees. They may be, the money comes from the state to the school district, but they are not state employees, they're district employees in most instances.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Thomas.
So this does not include any employee that gets paid or has capers through state funds?
Senator from Johnson, Senator Corson.
I don't think that part is true because there are a lot of non-teachers who are collecting capers. So I think the answer to that question would be a no.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That's all.
Additional questions for the senator from Johnson? On the amendment, seeing none, Senator from Johnson, you may close on your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, I think there's a shared bipartisan interest in this body in helping folks combat rising prices and inflation. This is our opportunity to do that for our state employees. Hope the body will join me in supporting this amendment. Thank you. And I would ask for a roll call vote.
You move your amendment and ask for a roll call vote.
And I move the amendment and ask for a roll call vote.
Roll call vote has been requested. Seeing sufficient hands, this is a roll call vote. The clerk will call the roll.
Alley. Argabright. Billinger. Blasey. Blue. Bowers. Bowser. Clays from Saline. Clays from Sedgwick. Clifford. Corson. Dietrich. Erickson. Fag. Faust-Goudot. Francisco. Gossage. Haley. Holscher. Klemp. Cluse. Masterson. Murphy. Owens. Peck. Peterson. Petty. Rose. Reichman. Schmidt. Schallenberger. Shane. Starnes. Sykes. Thomas. Thompson. Titus. Tyson. Ware. Warren.
Has every member taken the opportunity to vote? Does any member wish to explain their vote? Does any member wish to change their vote? Seeing none, the clerk will close the roll and tally the vote. 10 having voted in favor and 30 against, the amendment fails. We're back on the bill. Questions for the senator from Sherman? Chair recognizes the senator from Cherokee, Senator Schallenberger.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a couple of amendments, and they don't cost any money, and they should just be easy to pass. So we will start with, they have been turned in. Start with this one, 2030.
Amendment number 2030. We will pause momentarily while the amendment is distributed. Senator, you wish to explain your amendment or have it read?
I can explain it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It came to some of our attention just very recently that there was a glitch in the unemployment bill that we passed. Not a glitch, but the operation of the unemployment bill that we passed last year caused concern for, I'm trying to think of the best way to put this. UAW are the workers in an auto plant in Kansas City, the GM plant. The GM plant is currently being retooled to build a new line of cars. And they have workers that are waiting for that retooling, and they qualified early on for unemployment. And now they have a collective bargaining agreement, and then that bargaining agreement, they're being paid by General Motors, and that's all fine. The problem was, under the new definition of temporary employee that was in the bill, a temporary employee has to be looking for work, and they have to go on job interviews, and if they're offered a job, they have to take it. But none of these people they're just waiting for the GM plant to open. What this amendment says is if you're under that collective bargaining agreement, you don't have to comply with the part of the temporary unemployment that causes you to apply for a job and go out and do the interviews. There's no physical note to this. Both the UAW and General Motors have signed off on it. That's what the amendment does.
Are there questions for the senator from Cherokee? The chair recognizes the senator from Butler, Senator Masterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And actually, I just wanted to add a little explainer since this is somewhat unusual. It did come to our attention recently, and the reason this was brought, and it's somewhat new, didn't go through committee because, again, the committee had finished its bill work when it came to light. 2, it's happening right now, right? So there has to be a verified extended shutdown from the employer. You have to have a collective bargaining agreement that requires that they seek work, even though they're not needing to seek work. So this would just answer that one instance and had them do it by proviso, because next year we'll have a bill on it and we can go deeper into how that works and codify it into law if we see fit. So I rise in support of the amendment. Thank you.
Additional questions for the senator from Cherokee? The chair recognizes the senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I very much rise in support of it. As it was explained, it definitely does affect a segment right now of employees, and as was mentioned, in the future, if a bill is introduced that deals specifically with collective bargaining or a group as this is, but this does help to match those needs for those employees so that they can continue to receive the guaranteed wages that are part of their collective bargaining from GM at the same time, not being, they have to apply for unemployment in order to be able to collect that. So it all works together. So I appreciate this being brought forward. And as it's been said, it does not include any fiscal impact on this budget.
Seeing no additional questions, senator from Cherokee, you may close on your amendment.
I move the amendment.
You have heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. We are back on the bill. The chair recognizes the senator from Cherokee, Senator Schallenberger.
I have another amendment. It's 2013.
2013. We'll pause momentarily while the amendment is distributed. Senator, do you wish to explain your amendment or have it read?
I'll be happy to explain it. It's very simple. The currently, if you're a curious person and you want to know who has traveled on the state's dime, you can go to the Legislative Research Department, or you can call into the Ethics Commission if you're depends on who you're looking at, and you can find out that the Speaker of the House, the President of the Senate, or the Minority Leader went to a convention in Nashville and they spent $147. You can't do that with a governor. And I'm not picking on the current governor, but the proviso lasts for 1 year. But if you try to get where the taxpayer money went for the governor, they will give you an amount, but they won't tell you where. And what this amendment simply says is, if anybody's going to use taxpayer money to travel, where they went and what they did is to be disclosed. It would be after the fact, so it wouldn't be cluing anybody into what the governor's working on or some business deal she's trying to connect, or the lieutenant governor's trying to do an economic development deal. This would simply be after the fact, and that's what this amendment does. It's just disclosure and transparency. I'd be happy to stand for questions.
Questions of the senator from Cherokee, senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do have a question for the senator from Cherokee. So you did mention the fact that if the president of the Senate or the Speaker of the House or the minority leader goes somewhere that a citizen can, I'm trying to think of this timeline. How quickly can the citizen find out whether you or I have traveled? I believe I have to turn in a report in order for that to be available information. Would that be true?
Senator from Cherokee.
I assume that's true. Yeah, they don't know. They're not clairvoyant. So you would have to turn in a report to get reimbursed. When you're reimbursed, that travel is then available.
Senator from Wyandotte.
Thank you for that. I was on your first comments, I wasn't sure of that. So with this proviso or amendment to the bill that you've submitted, then where would this report be filed for the governor or the lieutenant governor?
Senator from Cherokee.
The information is currently available on the amount of money that was spent. So there would just, I'm assuming they would just include in that where the travel was.
Senator from Wyandotte.
Thank you. So you're just adding into the location has to be included in the report with the amount of money that's already being spent for the travel. That's correct?
That's correct. The
Senator
amount of money,
from Cherokee.
Sorry.
Yes.
That's correct. Mr. Chairman, the amount of money that is spent is public information, and I'm just saying that where the money was spent should be public information.
Senator from Wyandotte.
Thank you.
Additional questions for the senator from Cherokee? The chair recognizes Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Haley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Wanted to ask the bringer of the amendment. I appreciate actually some components of this. I just wondered why, for statewide travel, that this would be limited to the governor and lieutenant governor for that location. Mr. Chair, we have other statewide offices as well, and was there any particular reason that this is just for governor and lieutenant governor, Mr. Chair?
And Senator from Cherokee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. When I requested it, I was told, and I didn't look into this, so we could offer another amendment to add them, but I was told that the governor and lieutenant governor's location was not disclosed. I don't know if the attorney general or the state treasurer's locations are disclosed, but if they're not, they should be too.
Senator from Wyandotte.
I appreciate the answer. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator from Cali, Senator Alley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The question I have is, does this just on commercial traffic, or does this include like airline rates, or are we talking about private state aircraft?
Senator from Cherokee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This would include any reimbursed expense. The travel the governor does on state aircraft is contained in the Highway Patrol's budget. They do put a very small amount. If you travel on one of those planes, I can tell you the reimbursements are what's listed as a reimbursement is a low amount, but it would include that, and the location of where that travel went would be what I want disclosed.
Senator from Cali.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Additional questions for the senator from Cherokee on the amendment? Seeing none, Senator, you may close on the amendment.
I move the amendment.
You have heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion appears to pass. Motion does pass. We're back on the bill. Additional questions for the senator from Sherman? Chair recognizes the senator from Johnson, Senator Holscher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do have a question for the carrier, and it's in regard to the SPED funding. And it's my understanding there is a huge shortfall in the budget in regard to SPED funding and education overall. My question is this: where are our schools supposed to get the money to make up the difference?
Senator from Sherman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Currently, the Senate position is 0 on additional SPED funding. We did add $75 million last year. That continues from now on. That's in there. So the 75 we put last year, we put another 75 this year. This is just no addition. I believe the House has 10 million in theirs. And so this will be a comfortable item.
Senator from Johnson.
Thank you. I'm concerned because this actually takes us backwards in terms of the current budget when it comes to SPED funding. And what that means is if that bucket, we are mandated to fill that bucket, so we have to take funding then from other areas, the general funding, to fill it when we don't do that. And that puts our schools in a very strained state of affairs. And I know there's been mention recently of using existing or other sources of revenue to fill that gap, but I think we need some clarification on that. The LOB has been mentioned as a way to fill the gap, but the local option budget is generated from local property taxes to meet local needs. That's just shifting the burden from the state to local taxpayers, and funding schools is the state's primary responsibility. It's also been mentioned to use cash balances that are sitting right there in SPED, but I don't think we're looking at this accurately. In fact, I know we're not. There's an important distinction. Those balances reflect the cash flow, not excess. Those accounts will fluctuate depending on deposits and spending. A periodic elevated cash balance does not mean extra money. And then the CPI index has been mentioned. That's not an increase or windfall. That is funding that is just necessary to maintain current service levels and meet rising costs. The magnitude of the shortfall is severe. We'll just take a look at what's in my district, Senate District 8 alone. The underfunding of SPED has meant that in the 2024 to 2025 school year alone, those districts had to transfer $81 million away from other student services. In the past 3 years, these districts have had to transfer a total of $230 million because the legislative body has refused to fulfill its obligation to our students. In real terms, that comes down to less money available for funding of student needs, as well as reduced funds needed for hiring when we already have severe teacher and para shortages. So with that, I have an amendment.
And have you turned the amendment in? And the amendment number?
2022.
2022. We will pause momentarily while the amendment is distributed. Senator, do you wish to explain your amendment or have it read?
I'll explain.
All right, good.
So I have brought a solution before the body today. This amendment would fully fund SPAD for total cost of $72.6 million by expanding Medicaid, which saves our state the general funds of $78.3 million. We've had 10 years of data regarding expansion. Kansas is now only one of 10 states that hasn't expanded. No states have gone back on their decision to expand. The big caveat here, though, is that for any state that has not yet expanded Medicaid, that chooses to do so now, the federal level will increase the share of payments, the FMAP, by 5 percentage points for 8 calendar quarters. In Kansas, this means an SGF savings of approximately $400 million over that time frame. The net effect is that amount covers the entire state share of costs for expansion and leaves an additional savings of $78 million to fund special ed. That's my amendment.
Questions for the senator from Johnson on the amendment? Seeing none. Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Faust-Godot.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a question for the senator from Johnson.
Go ahead, she's standing.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. So your amendment, so approximately how many Kansans would this legislation or amendment help?
Senator from Johnson.
I will have to reach back into my memory here. I think it's approximately 132,000 Kansans that would benefit from Medicaid expansion. These are individuals primarily who are the working poor.
Senator from Sedgwick.
Mr. Chairman, I stand in strong support of this amendment. I believe at the time we started discussing this issue, it was about 150,000 Kansans that Medicaid expansion would help. Mr. Chairman, I've actually sit here in this chair, and 2 family members died, and they certainly could have used Medicaid expansion. Mr. Chairman, there are a lot of people throughout this state of Kansas that will not go to the emergency room. They don't have a primary care provider. They won't go to the emergency room because they don't want to create a medical bill, so they stay at home and they die. Or they, someone will take them to an emergency room, and 2 or 3 days they're deceased. But we've racked up thousands, hundreds of thousands of dollars. Mr. Chairman, I represent Wesley Medical Center in Wichita, Via Christi, St. Joseph, all these safety net clinics. And thank God for the safety net clinics that are helping some of these individuals. And I know, to me, it's not politics. It's life and death. People are dying in the state of Kansas by preventable diseases, health conditions that could be avoided if they only had some type of insurance coverage. People are walking around with no insurance coverage. We're making it harder for them to even, all the ones that we are denying Medicaid expansion to, they are walking in some, Mr. Chairman, seriously, you know, trust but verify. I believe my own eyeballs, Mr. Chairman. So I've actually went to Wesley Medical Center and went into the emergency room just to see those individuals sitting in there. It cost us more money for them not to have some type of coverage. You know, Mr. Chairman, I believe it or not, I mean, seriously, I've been leading on my knees every single morning at 6 a.m. I'm on a prayer line praying for the conditions of people. This is not a game, Mr. Chairman. People are dying unnecessarily in our state because they can't, we've got insurance coverage and we go to a yearly, annual checkup, a 6 months checkup or a 3 months checkup. Prevention. It doesn't make sense for us to talk about prevention and then we don't practice what we preach. Mr. Chairman, this is serious. I just don't understand it. I mean, I really don't. We've been advocating for this Medicaid expansion for years, and to me, it's not politics. It's people's real lives, Mr. Chairman, and I just know it would help. It would help so many, Mr. Chairman, not only in my district in Wichita, not only in that district, but I get calls from people across the state of Kansas saying, Senator, we know you'll fight for issues. Please help us. Mr. Chairman, I don't know what else to say. I'm not a vocalist, so I'm not gonna sing that song, Baby, Baby, Please. I'm not. But Mr. Chairman, I urge my colleagues to give real strong consideration for this, the Holscher Amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Questions for the senator from Johnson? Chair recognizes the senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senator from Johnson, what's the income level that a person would have to be below to be eligible or add to be eligible for Medicaid expansion?
Senator from Johnson.
Okay, you're making me reach really far back now, too. That was a long time ago when we looked at that, like maybe a month or so. Okay, Senator, I believe you probably have that answer, so I'm going to let you go ahead and share it.
Senator from Wyandotte.
Thank you. I'll be glad to share it. It's 138% of federal poverty level. And that income for one person is $21,000, a little over $21,000, $21,600 a year. For a family of 3, I believe it's about 30. I'll tell you exactly here. For a family of 3, it would be $36,700 a year. So could the senator from Johnson, do you know how many states have passed Medicaid expansion?
Senator from Johnson.
Yes, thank you. I believe all but 10. None have decided to go back or to move away from expansion once expanding. Pretty much everybody around us has expanded Medicaid, including Missouri.
Senator from Wyandotte.
That's correct. Every one of our border states have passed Medicaid expansion, including the state of Missouri. And so now every one of their citizens can take advantage of Medicaid expansion. There is one difference with our bill as compared to some other states, and that is that it would require that the participant be working. And that was the issue that was reflected by this body about the fact that this would just be helping those that are the working poor, are just poor, but in this case, they have to be working. So not only is this a low income person who's not eligible for Medicaid, but that they are working. I will just share with the body, because some of you have not been here as long as some of the rest of us, but I was just looking back in some of my stuff, and in 2020, we had a bill on this floor being carried by the majority leader. And if it hadn't been for some other, as is the case of politics at work, that would have passed in 2020. So here we are, it's 2025, and we actually had probably at least 2 to 3 years prior to that, we'd also had hearings and bills brought forward on Medicaid expansion. These bills were, like, for example, in 2020, that Senate Bill 252, that mirror bill was passed on the House side. We should have passed Medicaid expansion. We would have had Kansans, thousands of Kansans benefiting, up to 150,000 Kansans benefiting from Medicaid expansion. However, if we had passed it then, we wouldn't have been able to take advantage of the bonus that is still in place that really makes us gain money, not spend money, because what we get from the federal government pays for the state costs. So it seems to leave me baffling as to why we make this decision. Could the Senator from Johnson might have this figure. Do you know how Kansans feel about Medicaid expansion?
Senator from Johnson.
Yes, thank you. I believe, according to recent surveys, close to 80% of Kansans want expansion. It is a bipartisan issue in terms of people who support it.
Senator from Wyandotte.
Right. It's not just Democrats. It's not just Republicans. It's not independents. It's all. 81% of Kansans support Medicaid expansion. And here we are having that power to provide that health care for Kansans and making the decisions to not even, as is the case this year, not even work a bill to deal with it. It also would reduce medical debt for our families, which if medical debt is reduced and they're healthier, then they're a better worker. They don't have that burden hanging over them of unpaid bills and medical debt. So I stand and I rise in strong support of this amendment for Medicaid expansion.
Additional questions for the Senator from Johnson? The chair recognizes the Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No questions. I just want to recenter us. While this does talk about Medicaid expansion, the true intent is that this will help us fully fund our SPED problem. So our students with disabilities, those are also general education students. And so they're general education students first. But when we shortchange our public schools by not funding SPED, which our public schools are our only institution that creates an opportunity for all Kansans, we're shortchanging every child. And so no district is getting reimbursed more than they spend on SPED. Local dollars can't substitute what the state is not fulfilling because of our responsibility. And as we've talked about lowering property taxes, if we don't find a way to fully fund SPED, it is going to increase our property taxes because it's going to put more of an onus on our local government. We know, and I think the carrier of this shared, that last year $528 million in SPED was having to be backfilled because of the shortages. Just a little information, Kansas, well, the current average for all students who receive SPED funding across the nation, it's about 15% of all public school students. Kansas is actually higher. We're at 17%. And then because we actually fund our gifted in that, it actually is 19%. So 19% of our students, we are giving a shortfall, but it's not just those because we are shifting those funds from the regular classroom into this. So this is a very creative way to find that funding, but we owe it to our students because they are the ones who are missing out. They are the ones who are not receiving the services. So it's a direct result of our budget decisions that we're making. We are eroding what we have put in with Gannon. And if this is from the district court panel's memorandum on Gannon. So, and I want to reiterate, in 2011, when the Gannon court was put in, we were fully funding our SPED at the 92%. And then when they were looking at the base state aid per pupil, That was the driver for the educational funding and its weighted results. But other funding sources that were provided independently by the legislature were also important, one of those being SPED. So we are eroding what we have established and where we were getting to the baseline, and we are continuing to do this. So CPIU, people say that's all this, that is just fulfilling our obligation. So I appreciate this amendment, and while, yes, I support Medicaid expansion, this is a creative way to make sure that we can fully fund SPED for our students. So with that, I support this amendment.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Ware.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, let me just briefly put a pin in these thoughts about SPED funding. I, like many of us in this chamber, represent Sedgwick County and District 259. In 2022 to 2023, that's our school district had to add out of their general fund $49.9 million just to have enough for SPED funding. The next year, $52.4 million. And this year, $57.5 million just for one school district. Clearly and absolutely, it's not being fully funded by the state. Thank you.
Additional questions, comments on the proposed amendment? Seeing none, Senator from Johnson, you may close on your amendment.
Thank you. I hope the body heard the previous speakers talk about the benefits of this amendment in terms of special education funding as well as Medicaid expansion. In case you didn't catch it, when we don't fully fund special ed, that typically causes property taxes to rise. We have been talking so much about property taxes, I think prior to the election as well as starting this whole session. This is a very important fact that we need to keep in mind. Those monies have to be made up somewhere. We're talking about two measures in this amendment that would do so much for our communities. When it comes to Medicaid expansion, our hospitals want this, our chambers want this, our rural and urban areas want this. Close to 80% of Kansans want expansion. In terms of special ed funding, there is an outcry from Kansans to fully fund spec ed and general education. There were teachers and paras here yesterday in this very building advocating for funding. We should listen to the people. I will tell you, due to PAYGO, finding money in the budget to fund necessities can be challenging. And we have a problem here. We are not fully funding SPED. But here's a solution that will do that and so much more for our state. Our constituents want both of these. This amendment provides a pathway for us to fulfill the desires of the people. As a bonus, it is projected Medicaid expansion would bring 23,000 new jobs, inject $1.2 billion in annual funding into Kansas economy, and reduce healthcare costs for Kansans. And it would save lives. Do the right thing for our communities and put the people first. I urge the body to vote yes.
You have heard the motion to amend. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion. Roll call vote has been requested. Seeing sufficient hands, this is now a roll call vote. The clerk will call the roll.
Alley. Argabright. Billinger. Blasey. Blue. Bowers. Bowser. Clays from Saline. Clays from Sedgwick. Clifford. Corson. Dietrich. Erickson. Fag. Faust-Gudeau, Francisco, Gossage, Haley, Holscher, Klemp, Cluse, Masterson, Murphy, Owens, Peck, Peterson, Petty, Rose, Reichman, Schmidt, Schallenberger, Shane, Starnes, Sykes, Thomas, Thompson, Titus, Tyson, Ware, Warren.
Has every member taken the opportunity to vote? Does any member wish to explain their vote? Does any member wish to change their vote? Seeing none? Oh, I apologize, Senator. I did not see you standing. Senator from Johnson, Senator Gossage.
I was standing to explain my vote, Mr. Chair.
You may proceed.
The ACA, under the ACA, a state cannot require anyone on Medicaid expansion to work. We heard that earlier. Also, the states bordering us all have overruns due to expanding Medicaid. Something just came out, an article just came out from the Colorado Sun that their budget hole was $2.1 billion because of that. So to indicate there would be some sort of a savings that we could use, we would all like to fund special ed. As our gifted children, our children like my youngest son who had an IEP for struggling from disability, that is definitely something we need to do. I definitely have reached out to my federal legislators because the federal government is not paying their fair share for funding special ed. And thank you, Mr. Chair.
Additional explanations of vote? Changes of vote? Seeing none, the clerk will close the roll and tally the vote. Nine having voted in favor and 29 against, the motion fails. We're back on the bill. Questions for the senator from Sherman? The chair recognizes the senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We just talked about the shortfall in SPED, and unfortunately, the Senate position was not to add any increased money, and actually, we're going to have a lower percentage of what we're actually fully funding because of inflation, because part of our funds that we increased in SPED funding last year was ARPA funds, so those are no longer here. So we need to do something about SPED. I wish we had passed the previous amendment, but that was not the will of the body. So trying to get any amount of increase for SPED funding to try to keep our schools whole. And specifically, my legislative district last year spent almost $67 million from the regular classroom funds to pay for SPED. And again, these schools are not receiving any more. They're not even covering what they're putting in for these services. Our most vulnerable Kansans are not getting what they adequately need. So with that, I have an amendment, and I have turned it in, and it is 2015.
Amendment number 2015. We will pause momentarily while the amendment is distributed. Senator from Johnson, do you wish to explain your amendment or have it read?
I will explain it. So, Mr. Chair, in our Education Committee, there was an amendment to actually fully fund at that $87 million. It was a tide, and the chair broke that vote. So, this is not $87 million. This is a mere $21 million, and it is coming from that Regional Growth and Development Initiative. And again, I wish we were funding more. I wish it was the 87 or the 72 that the governor had the recommendation. But for us not to put any money in a Senate position to fund special education is a disgrace. And I will go back to my district. Again, $67 million in my district. This isn't even half of what my schools need to fund SPED. But we need to send the House a position that we care about this and we want to fund it, and not the amount that they did, and not the deduction of the 2.5 million from funds because they went away. So with that, this is my amendment for $21 million to go for SPED, and with that, I will be happy to answer questions.
Are there questions for the Senator from Johnson on the amendment? The chair recognizes the Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do have a question. I believe in her comments that the senator said that the most vulnerable are not getting what they need. Is she saying that special education students are not getting the services that they are entitled to?
Senator from Johnson.
I think we are shortchanging all of our children, and I would say our Kansas children are our most valuable, our most vulnerable, and we are not fully funding their education, whether it's SPED, the regular classroom. We are shortchanging all of those. And so, yes, we are doing a disgrace to our most vulnerable, our children of Kansas.
Senator from Sedgwick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't believe that was the question. Are special education students not getting the services they are entitled to?
Senator from Johnson.
And if the senator would listen, I have said that those students are receiving those services, and it is being diverted from the classroom. So they are not getting the services that they need in the full classroom because we are shortchanging. Those class sizes are larger. So yes, they are getting those special education services, but they are being shortchanged in the regular classroom, which I think we all believe that our SPED students should be in the regular classroom and then getting the wraparound services that they deserve, like all students in Kansas deserve.
Senator from Sedgwick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So there's been some talk about LOB and the funding for special education. The legislature gave local districts the authority to get supplemental state general aid, or LOB, for special education students. That's what that authority was for. But there was no requirement that districts had to use that money for special education students. Last year, we passed a bill that said, since you are getting money based on special education students, you have to put that money in your special education account. And if that had been happening all along, Mr. Chair, I do have the numbers. If the special education state aid included the amount that is required to be transferred from the LOB to the special education fund, there would be $819.5 million in special education state aid, which would be, we hear about the 92%. If they were transferring money generated from special education students to that fund, we would be at 102.5% of excess cost. So, Mr. Chair, my question is, we keep hearing about money being transferred from general ed to special ed to cover the cost. Well, obviously, they were using special ed LOB for non-SPED expenses, or else we would be at 102.5%. So I just want to bring that to the body's attention, and also the fact, Mr. Chair, that there's $241 million in unencumbered SPED funds, and that's $20 million more from the year before. Thank you.
Senator from Johnson, did you wish to respond?
I would. So last year, our total state aid for SPED funding was $528 million, which is 45%, while the total local aid for SPED was $550 million, which is 49%. So that is well over $170 million generated by the LOB attributable to SPED, which is at a rate of 32%. So the local spend is well above that 8% share of excess cost that the state statute requires, and this is not sustainable. Again, if we are trying to reduce property taxes on Arkansas, and then we're saying they have to put more into their LOB, that's not sustainable. That's not what any of us are in this building to do.
Additional questions for the Senator from Johnson on the amendment. Senator from Lyon, Senator Albright.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I probably have more comments than questions. Just with relation to special ed funding. The kiddos with special needs have different costs to educate them. There's not any one that's the same, and they never will be. Those costs are audited in June at the end of a budget year. And so that's the last audit a school district gets out of several audits. And that's to determine actual costs. Your public schools don't just serve public schools and special ed. They serve the federally funded programs to the private schools in their district. And they take great pride in doing that and taking care of kids. The funding and the understanding of funding of special ed is complicated. There's local contributions that you've just heard about. There's state contributions, which we're talking about, and there's federal contributions. And those layers get mixed up in the shuffle of understanding the needs of kids at times, and I feel like we're there right now. Carryover balances, which we've heard a little bit about. On July 1, a new budget year starts, and school districts don't know. They estimate the number of kids that are going to walk in that door in August or whenever they start. But they have to have some carryover dollars because some of these funds do not arrive till October. They have to have startup money, not just for special ed, but other areas to get this school year started. Special ed, as we are listening to right now, there's a lot of expenses. Therefore, districts have to have some carryover dollars to carry those expenses. And there are children that might exceed over $100,000. So to have dollars in their funds every August is critically important to serve all kids. I'm just, and I think everyone in here, I think every kid deserves a chance, regardless of what they bring to the table. And I do think we need to address special ed. I do appreciate some of the conversations that our colleagues have just had in this chamber. I do appreciate that. I really struggle, and maybe it's because I'm a new senator, Mr. Chair, but I do struggle with the idea of taking away from something else at this point to do something. I don't support this amendment, but I do support special ed funding. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Additional questions, comments on the proposed amendment? Seeing none, Senator from Johnson, you may close on your amendment.
Thank you. I appreciate the comments from the good senator. And I don't necessarily like this process either. And honestly, that's a problem I've had with the budget this year. I felt like when the legislature was taking over and writing our own budget, we said we want to do this so that we have a better say in the process, so that we can dig in and know those budgets and those agency budgets. I don't think that's happened this year. I think it has been rushed, and we have the budget that we have, and so we're trying to find those places where we do think we can adjust those dollars. I could go on, but I do think we need to send the House a position that is strong on SPED. This is not the amount that I would like to be. I would like to fully fund it at the 87 million, but this is what I have. This is what I was able to go into the couch cushions and find those pennies, and that's where I came up with this amount. So with that, I will move my amendment, and I would ask for a roll call vote.
You have heard the motion. A roll call vote has been requested. Seeing sufficient hands, this is a roll call vote. The clerk will call the roll.
Ellie. Margabright. Billinger. Blasey. Blue. Bowers. Bowser. Glaze Celine. Glaze Sedgwick. Clifford. Corson. Dietrich. Erickson. Fagg. Fauscudo. Francisco. Gossage. Haley. Holscher. Klemp. Cluse. Masterson. Murphy. Owens. Peck. Peterson. Petty. Rose. Reichman. Schmidt. Schallenberger. Shane. Starnes. Sykes. Thomas. Thompson. Titus. Tyson. Ware. Warren.
Has every member taken the opportunity to vote? Does any member wish to explain their vote? Does any member wish to change their vote? Seeing none, the clerk will close the roll and tally the vote. 12 having voted in favor, 26 against, the amendment fails. We are back on the bill. Are there questions for the senator from Sherman? Chair recognizes the senator from Shawnee, Senator Dietrich.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do have an amendment. It is number 2056. It's been turned in.
2056, we will pause momentarily while the amendment is distributed. Senator from Shawnee, do you wish to explain your amendment or have it read?
I would like to explain it, Mr. Chair.
You may proceed.
Thank you. So basically, my amendment removes Jag K from under the umbrella of ks.gov. It just restores Jag K to its original structure. This program started during the Brownback administration in 2013. It has programs all across our state. So the amendment removes the language requiring ks.gov to fund Jag K with existing resources, which changes its current very successful model. My amendment allows TANF funds to continue being used for Jag K and allows Department of Corrections to provide up to $3.5 million from the Evidence-Based Juvenile Corrections Fund for Jag K. It doesn't add any money. That is its current structure. Jag K has done a great job for our state, working with middle school and high school students. It has 114 programs in 48 school districts in 36 of our Senate districts. The House position, by the way, was to provide up to $5.5 million from Department of Corrections Evidence-Based Juvenile Corrections Fund for Jag K, along with DCF TANF funding of about $5.4 million. So this is still under the House position. It's not PAYGO because it doesn't add any money. The restoration of the program is something that I think is important because we do not want to mess with a good thing. This program has been designed to keep struggling students in school through individual attention with mentorships, job development, all the way through to high school graduation. It's been extremely successful. So all this amendment does is just restore it back to its original position. And I'll stand for questions.
Questions for the senator from Shawnee? The chair recognizes the senator from Harvey, Senator Owens.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Could the maker of the motion answer a question as to whether the Jag K program, which by the way I think is an absolutely fantastic program, been very supportive of that, has historically in years past been funded from the Evidence-Based Juvenile Justice Fund?
Senator from Shawnee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would say that has been, are you waving at me? No, I'm sorry, you're moving your mic. I'm sorry. I saw your hand move. Yeah, thank you. So it has been my understanding in talking with the revisor's office that it has been funded using those dollars for many years.
Senator from Harvey, Senator Owens.
But has it been funded via direct appropriation through the legislative body and not through the grant process, which is how it was designed for those funds to be accessed?
Senator from Shawnee.
Yes, Mr. Chair, that is a great question. I think I probably need to check with the revisor's office because I'm not aware that it was originally meant to be funded as a grant.
Senator from Harvey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So my concern here is, as I've expressed in Ways and Means as well, the Evidence-Based Juvenile Justice Fund was created through SB 367, which created the closure of approximately 5 juvenile justice facilities across the state. Those monies are then set aside in that fund to roll down to local communities to handle juvenile justice at a local level, very similar to what was expected with our mental health programming back in the 90s, and we see how that played out. I become increasingly concerned when things that are funded are being funded through the utilization of this fund, because what is going to happen is all of the programming that is at a community level, those monies are going to dry up. We're going to lose that funding because different organizations continue to be funded through there that are not following the direct grant program. And so I'm very concerned that there was additional funding that is being given to Jag K from that fund specifically without going through the appropriate grant process. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
May I respond?
Senator from Shawnee.
Thank you. So I don't discount the remarks of the senator from Harvey, but this position this amendment adds no new money to the program. It's the exact same funds they've had, and I think the House position added a couple $1 million more. So I don't know that this is the proper venue to determine how those evidence-based juvenile corrections funds are used, because that really is a Department of Corrections decision.
Additional questions for the senator from Shawnee? Senator from Sherman, Senator Billinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I did try to get this squared away before we got to the floor, but I didn't get to talk to the senator from Shawnee, and I apologize. But we were going to just try to handle this in conference and take the House position.
Senator from Shawnee, you wish to respond?
I think I would ask the senator from Sherman if my amendment is less than the House position, would this amendment not be a better position to take to conference?
Senator from Sherman, you wish to answer the questions?
Yes, I believe they needed the additional money. They wanted to add some additional schools.
Senator from Shawnee, are you finished? Or we can ask for questions for you.
I think probably I would like to see this amendment put on our budget because it does remove the program from KSDE, and that was my original intent. If the position of the Senate is to go to conference committee and add additional dollars and agree to the House position, I think that's up to our conference committee appointees. I just merely want to restore this and get it out from under KSDE because I just don't believe that's where it belongs. That's not where it's been. That's not where it's going to thrive. So whatever the best path forward is on that, I am willing to visit with the senator from Sherman, but the amendment does remove Jag K from under KSDE, which is my primary purpose.
Senator from Sherman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, I'm okay with that part of it. And I mean, if we put the amendment on, she's right. We'll have two different figures to negotiate with the House, which I'm okay with either way. Thank you.
May I ask a question?
Senator from Shawnee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To the senator from Sherman, would this be a friendly amendment then?
Senator from Sherman, do you wish to answer a question on her amendment?
You know, before we discussed this earlier, I would have said probably it would have been, but after we had visited with the maker of the motion in committee and had looked at the numbers and so forth, like I said, if will of the body, if it goes on, it's fine. It'll just be two different numbers. If we don't, when we negotiated with them, we were just going to give them their position. So that's where we're at.
Senator from Shawnee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move my amendment when people are done asking questions.
Well, we've got some questions for
Okay,
you, so it's not time to move your amendment. Chair recognizes Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through the budget process, I think one of the things that we've been trying to do is make sure that areas are funded in the appropriate budget to provide transparency and to have a more accurate accounting of money. And that's the reason why I believe that Jag K was put in education. As you heard, it is a program for middle and high school students. Nothing about the effectiveness, the worthiness, but in education, we are constantly being told two things. One, fully fund schools, which we are per Gannon, and two, local control. And in the spirit of transparency, I asked research to run because I've become more and more aware of a lot of programs that are specific to pre-K-12 that are funded in various agencies across our government, this being one of them. And so they did the run, and Mr. Chair, we have over 50 million that we spend above and beyond Gannon in pre-K-12 funding spread across agencies. So it's easy to lose track of that. The legislature does not get credit for that as being education funding. And by the way, it's 85 million all funds, but 50 million in SGF. So why shouldn't programs that are education be in KSDE where we can see where they all are, account for all of them, and be used from the education dollars that we've appropriated? So it's not a statement on the worthiness of any program, but just in order to have transparency and accountability, I will not be supporting this amendment. Thank you.
Additional questions for the senator from Shawnee? The chair recognizes Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Faust-Godot.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If the senator from Shawnee would respond to a question.
She will.
Of clarification. So I actually agree with the comments made by the senator from Harvey regarding Senate Bill 367 originally, and then putting funds in the communities to help organizations who help children and preventing them from entering the juvenile justice system or prison. So if there's no money being abstracted and moved, would the senator from Shawnee just clarify again what her amendment is doing? Moving it back to another, if she could just clarify that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator from Shawnee.
If I understand the question, the funding that was there until this decision was made to move Jag K to KSDE, those dollars that funded the program are still there. They haven't been deleted. They haven't been assigned to another program. They are still there in those agencies' budgets. So the money will be there, and as we were talking earlier with the senator from Sherman, the House position adds some additional dollars. Now, I don't know the fund that they're using to add those dollars because I haven't looked at that, but so when the program, Jag K, was moved to KSDE, the money didn't move with it. It just was to be moved to KSDE and funded through their existing resources. So no money moved with it. So the money, if I'm understanding the senator from Sedgwick, Senator Faust-Godot, her question, those dollars are still there. I don't disagree with the senator from Harvey either that we probably need to do a better job of looking at some of those dollars that are in the evidence-based juvenile corrections fund, but that usually falls to the agency and not to us. And we don't have a committee in the Senate that deals with juvenile corrections directly as they do in the House. And if I might also respond to why I believe this doesn't belong in KSDE is because it's a 501c3 program, it's a nationally ranked program in 38 states, and it is not under departments of education. It functions on its own, and that's the value of it because it's in partnership with school districts, not under the umbrella of KSDE or whatever the state education agency is in those states. It's a partnership between Jag K, the organizations that are funding it, and school districts do fund JAG programs. They pay for usually one instructor. So there is that partnership, that private-public partnership.
Senator from Sedgwick.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate that further explanation. However, earlier in her presentation, she mentioned that put it back under what department, whereas she said it was originally created through Governor Sam Brownback. If she could clarify that original statement. Thank you.
Senator from Shawnee.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. It's a standalone program. It has its own executive director. It's not under an agency. It just receives some funding from agencies in the state. DCF, TANF funds, Department of Corrections for some additional dollars. And then school districts provide, as I said, some funding for an instructor. It's a great model. It's worked well. I just don't want to mess with this. It's done exceptionally well over the years.
Additional questions for the senator from Shawnee on the amendment? Seeing none, Senator, you may close. Oh. I'm going to ask the body to rise a little quicker rather than waiting to the very last moment. Senator from Meade, Senator Reichman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Put your glasses on next time. I'll go ahead and I want to say that I will support this, and I replace Senator Bud Estes, and he was in love with this program, and so I'm also speaking for him. Thank you.
Seeing no one else standing, well, I do see someone standing already. Senator from Johnson, Senator Gossage.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to say I couldn't support Jag K more, an excellent program, but I'm torn about this amendment. I'm not so sure I will support it, only just because of what the chair had said of Ways and Means, that they are going to be taking the House position of actually funding it more and making sure that the funding is there. So I feel like this could be a conflict. So I will not be supporting the amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Clays.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've been trying to follow this, but I don't feel like I got a clear understanding of, I guess I'll just ask it directly to the carrier of the amendment. Is there something deleterious about having this program under KSDE that I'm missing?
Senator from Shawnee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't think it's deleterious. I just think that the program has functioned so well without being under the bureaucratic structure of KSDE that it will thrive as it always has as a standalone program. For me, when you continue to add programs to an agency that didn't ask for the program, and you take Jag K and you move it and they didn't want to be moved, then you're just creating a lose-lose instead of a win-win for a great program that's done exceptionally well. And that's not a knock on KSD. I'm just saying the way it's been functioning over the years has been very beneficial to our students and to our school districts. And may I say one more thing, Mr. Chair?
The floor is yours.
Thank you. So I would also add that even though the senator from Sherman has said they want to take the House position, that doesn't mean necessarily that this amendment is a bad amendment, because again, the primary purpose of it is to just make sure that we restore the program to its original structure, whether it's the House position or the Senate position.
Additional questions or comments for the senator from Shawnee on the amendment? Seeing none, Senator, you may close on your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would just move my amendment. It's been a very robust discussion. I absolutely appreciate it. Thank you for all of your thoughts, and I hope you'll vote affirmatively. Thank you.
You have heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion appears to pass. Motion does pass. We are back on the bill. Questions for the senator from Sherman. The chair recognizes this senator from Miami, Senator Shane.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would have called on the senator from Shawnee ahead of me as well, so thank you for that. No, I have an amendment.
And have you turned it in?
It is turned in. The number is 2058.
We will pause for a moment while the amendment is distributed. Senator, do you wish to explain your amendment or have it read?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will go ahead and explain the amendment. So we recently learned that there are some potential short-term challenges at the School for the Deaf, in that they have not allocated budget to have reading support specialists for their students, and this is causing an immediate crisis for a number of students at the School for the Deaf. So this amendment would add $300,000 for the School for the Deaf for the specific purpose of adding additional reading support specialists for students, and that $300,000 would come from the Safe and Secure Schools Grant Program, which was currently set at $1.5 million. It would take the Safe and Secure Schools program down to a total of $1.2 million. There were three specific line items within that grant, so you can see the adjustments that are made according to the amendment, but the total impact is $300,000 coming from the Safe and Secure Schools program and adding $300,000 to the School for the Deaf for the purpose of adding additional reading support specialists for students.
Are there questions for the senator from Miami on the amendment? Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
Thank you. So this is from the Safe and Secure Schools, that was for AEDs. So how many AEDs will we not be providing for schools because of this?
Senator from Miami.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do not have an estimate of that number on hand available.
Senator from Johnson.
So I had a similar amendment to this, but the language is a little different. And I know that the School for the Deaf, they were needing those reading specialists, but they also need a special education teacher. This has been out there trying to fill this vacancy for over 2 years. And because actually in statute, they are required to have the same salary as USD 232 or 233. But they don't have the funds. And when we were in committee, we were having these conversations of what are they having to cut from their budget. But my question is, with the language of your amendment, you are only allowing them to have reading specialists. So I feel like you are shortchanging and not allowing them to hire that special education teacher, which they have been without for over 2 years.
Senator from Miami, do you wish to respond? I didn't hear a question, but if you wish to respond.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The immediate need that was brought forward to me was specific for reading support specialists, and I don't see why you couldn't also hire a special education instructor who is also a reading specialist. So I think that this helps solve a short-term problem. I think that the inability to fill a vacant FTE position is a separate issue, and maybe that should be taken up as a separate conversation and separate bill.
Senator from Johnson.
Thank you. I appreciate that, and I do appreciate the intent and support the intent of this, but I do think we are diverting $300,000, and they're not going to be allowed to hire that because a SPED teacher is not necessarily a reading specialist. So while I do support the intent, and I think we need to do this, I'm not sure that this amendment is going to allow for the flexibility that they need.
Questions for the senator from Miami? Chair recognizes Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. AEDs are important in our schools. 13 years ago, I was at an open house for a newly remodeled school from a bond issue. I left that area, drove 3 blocks, heard a bunch of kids screaming, looked over. Their mom had fell down and passed out. She'd had a heart attack. I went over to check her. She had pulse. Her pulse went away. I sent a high schooler that was from the neighborhood back to the school to get an AED. There was not an AED at the school. The lady did survive. I did CPR until I was so tired it was unreal. But she did make it. These are very important. We're seeing a lot of energy drinks in our students' hands. Some of them don't realize how much caffeine, and they can hit a lot, and they're running into a lot of heart issues. These AEDs, some of the schools do already have them. they require maintenance. There's a battery in there. That has to be replaced every so often. There are pads that dry out. This was a small amount to get into these schools. It goes to private schools and other schools. I do believe that this is a worthy cause that he's at. I mean, readers become leaders. But I'm not going to support this because of the AEDs. Thank you.
On the amendment, the chair recognizes Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Blasey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in strong support of this amendment, and I thank the senator from Miami for bringing it, because our students who are deaf or hard of hearing also deserve reading specialists and teachers who teach special education. $300,000 is plenty to hire a special education teacher and 2 reading specialists. So I applaud him for bringing this amendment, because the School of the Deaf has a special place in my heart personally. My maternal grandparents were both deaf and hard of hearing. One grew up in Graham County, and one grew up in Sheridan County in far northwest Kansas in Senator Billinger's district. And back in the 30s and 40s, if you had a child who was deaf or hard of hearing, you more often than not had to send them to the School of the Deaf to get an education. They didn't have all the resources and the teachers that we have today in our schools throughout our whole state. And so my grandparents took the long train ride to Kansas City every year, and that's where they eventually met, got married, and started a family. And so I know that place has many memories for my family personally, and I believe those students deserve these funds, and so I support the amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Additional questions, comments on the amendment? Seeing none, Senator from Miami, you may close on your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The kind senator from Lynn just came over and offered up that there may be another fund to find the $300,000 from that would have a lower impact than potentially pulling it from the Safe and Secure Schools Fund, and offered to try to quickly get another draft amendment. And so with that, I would withdraw my motion.
Without objection, the motion would be withdrawn. Is there objection? Seeing none, we are back on the bill. Questions for the senator from Sherman. Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Earlier this afternoon, I did talk about funds that had been identified for the Critical Facility Mapping Grant Program, and was very pleased to learn that that may cover a third of our elementary schools, and yet that comes with also the difficulty that we're spending that much money on a third of our schools without really seeing the results of that program. So it has also come to my attention that in the budget, the $50,000 was eliminated for the Animal Facility Inspection Program. We heard in the Senate Ag and Natural Resources Committee this morning some information about that program, and we also heard that one of the requirements, we don't want this to happen very often, but the commissioner shall seize and impound animals whose health, safety, or welfare is endangered. So the Animal Facility Inspection Program must have a place to take these animals for food, shelter, and medical care until they can be adopted. And with that, I have an amendment. I've turned it in. It's number 2045.
2045 amendment. We will pause momentarily while the amendment is distributed. Senator, you have somewhat explained your amendment. Do you wish to further explain or have the amendment read?
I think I explained it fairly well. There is, wording about a proviso, but I would be happy to stand for any questions.
Are there questions for the senator from Douglas on the amendment? Senator from Sherman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the intent of the amendment, but I really think that we shouldn't be taking it out of the safety for our school children that this mapping would provide. So I will oppose this.
Senator from Douglas, do you wish to respond?
Yes, Mr. Chair. So I'm not yet convinced that the mapping will provide safety for our school children. There's a lot of requirements in this to be able to get that mapping to work, connections with law enforcement and 911. We have heard that other states have done this, but have not heard about the experience. I have been serving on the 911 council. We saw some initial drawings that could be produced, but there was a wide range of difference. They had to send out an RFP and had 4 different companies respond. So yes, I can understand that there may be some interest in having those funds, but this would still leave 1,950,000 funds. I think the other concern that I have is I'm hearing, as we work on this budget, that we want to be efficient. And in fact, years ago, the Animal Facility Inspection Program had their own facility to take animals when they were endangered. That is not a very efficient or effective way to spend those funds. It is makes much more sense to use the facilities in shelters that exist. But if we do that, it is still the state's responsibility to cover not all, but at least some of the costs that those shelters have. So we eliminated that facility to be efficient. In 2022, Secretary of Agriculture Beam asked the legislature to authorize $50,000 per year to reimburse shelters and rescues. PAYGO makes this difficult. We all have to look for some place that we think we can take the money. And this, I think, is not a large hit to that program, but would make a huge difference in the facility inspection program being able to adequately do their job.
Further questions for the senator from Douglas? Seeing none, Senator, you may move your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move my amendment.
You have heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion appears to fail. Motion
Division.
Division has been requested. It doesn't take any hands for division unless you want a roll call vote. Division's been requested. All in favor? Just a moment. All in favor, stand, please. Thank you. Opposed? Opposed, please stand. Thank you. You may be seated. On a vote of 11 to 20, the motion fails. We are back on the bill. Questions for the senator from Sherman? The chair recognizes the senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do have another amendment that I've turned in. This is number 2048.
Amendment 2048. We will pause momentarily while the amendment is distributed. Senator, do you wish to explain your amendment or have it read?
I think people will understand it more if I explain it.
I think so.
So, Mr. Chair, the budget includes a proviso regarding the state fair and the emergency command center. And one of the things that it does is request I'll back up a bit. The state fair hosts the highway patrol currently in their administration building. They asked to consider an emergency command center that would give better accommodations for the highway patrol, but also could be co-located with the dispatch center and other emergency operations. I think there was a misunderstanding when we talked about this in committee, because right now there is $250,000 available, but the current proviso says that the plans from the above agency to raise $1,750,000 in non-state monies to complete that center would have to be identified. My understanding during our discussion, and in fact I did respond to research when they asked, did I have any concerns about the budgets as they were presented? I responded back, yes, I don't think we were asking the full $1,750,000 to be in non-state monies. So this would not expend any money, but it would simply subtract $1 million for that and ask the State Fair to report on the opportunities to spend or have a report that says where $750,000 would come from.
Are there questions for the senator from Douglas on the amendment? Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm not sure I understand. So was it a mistake, or she's trying to lower the amount that they're required in order to have outside funding?
Senator from Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and you were there during that meeting. The committee was doing quite a number of budget recommendations over those few days, and I think there was interest from members of the committee in making sure there were some non-state dollars that matched the investment that the state would make through the state fair for this project. But I did not understand, and I hope others who were at that meeting agree, that we were not asking them to identify $1,750,000. in matching funds. So this would just say, we are asking for a report to identify $750,000 in those matching funds, and it would still be received by both the House Committee on Ag and the Senate Committee on Agriculture and Natural Resources.
Questions on the amendment? The chair recognizes the senator from Jackson, Senator Bowser.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Question, is the $1 million contingent then on the $750,000 being identified?
Senator from Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There is no $1 million now. So all the proviso does is request that report about opportunities for non-state monies to match the investment. So the budget doesn't have any funds for that investment, but I think we don't want to call for a report about $1,750,000 because I don't think we'll see that kind of money from either the city or the county. My understanding is they've pledged each $250,000, but I think we're doing a disservice if we're asking for more money than was expected in that non-state money match.
Additional questions for the senator from Douglas, senator from Sherman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So how many total dollars do they need?
Senator from Douglas.
My understanding is that they would need $2 million.
Senator from Sherman.
So you're thinking instead of them putting in $1,750,000, they should put in just $750,000, and the state should put in the balance?
Senator from Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This wouldn't put any money in the budget. There is $250,000 that was appropriated maybe 2 years ago. And the understanding, I think at that time, was perhaps the state would spend $1 million and the that would raise or match with non-state monies of $1 million. But in fact, what the proviso says is that there shall be a report looking for the $1,750,000. And if they could find all that money from non-state funds, I think they would have gone ahead and built the command center because we've given them the $250,000.
Senator from Sherman, additional questions?
I guess I would just look at this at, you know, it's, if it was a 50-50 match, it'd be $1 million, but she's taken all but $750,000 off, so I wasn't in those discussions, so it's hard for me to really assess this. So I guess I would just probably not support the amendment.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Peterson.
May I respond?
Just a moment, Senator from Sedgwick. Senator from Douglas, you wish to respond to the senator from Sherman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to be clear that there's already $250,000, so taking $1 million would match the state money with another $1 million.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Am I correct, and this is just asking for a report on where that money would come from?
Senator from Douglas.
Yes.
Senator from Sedgwick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Additional questions for the senator from Douglas on the proposed amendment? Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, Senator from Douglas, so as it now reads, it's speaking to raise $1,750,000 in non-state monies to complete such emergency command center. Your amendment would change that to raise. I don't see to raise $750,000 in non-state monies to complete such emergency command center. Is there some more language other than that would be added here as well?
Senator from Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This was simply asking for a report about matching funds that would be available for the state funds for the emergency command center. And right now, there's $250,000 in state funds, but the understanding, because they can't use the old fire station, it's considered unrenovatable. So they were looking at a new facility. The cost of the new facility was $2 million. The Senate committee talked about asking for matching monies, but I don't think we asked for total matching monies. And so I think this report is not going to be helpful to us if we get it next year. I think a report identifying the $750 would be important. And the other thing is, this refers to non-state monies. So since this is likely to be the home of the Kansas Highway Patrol, there may be Kansas Highway Patrol monies that would be considered state monies, but still would be matching fair monies.
Senator from Wyandotte.
Thank you. So I did read the full paragraph, and so it does make sense that it's just removing that they would have to identify how they could raise 1.75 in non-state dollars. This is that they would be identifying with a report, not necessarily funds, $750,000 in non-state monies to complete such a project. I think it makes sense. There is no fiscal note involved with this. It's just changing that from 1.75 to 750,000. Thank you for the explanation for bringing this forward.
Additional questions for the senator from Douglas? Seeing none, Senator, you may close on your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I close.
You move your amendment, correct?
I move my amendment. Thank you.
You have heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Motion appears to pass. Motion does pass. We are back on the bill. Questions for the senator from Sherman? Chair recognizes the senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This might not be as welcome an amendment, but again, I talked about funding for the critical mapping, and that funding is really for 911 and safety purposes. We have an opportunity to make immediate or at least sooner progress in terms of public safety. Lots of visitors come to the state fair every year, so I have an amendment that would identify those funds that could complete the emergency command center from the critical mapping facility. I have an amendment. I've turned it in. It's 2068.
2068 amendment number. We will pause momentarily while the amendment is distributed. Senator, do you wish to explain your amendment or have it read?
I'm happy to explain it.
Go ahead.
I think in some ways I have. This amendment would subtract $750,000 from the Critical Facility Mapping Grant Program and provide state funding for the Emergency Command Center at the State Fair. This would not be enough to complete that project. But I understand that the fair has been in discussions about matching funds. And because of the last amendment we put on, both the House Agriculture Committee and the Senate Agriculture and Natural Resources Committee would get a report about where those matching funds came from.
Questions for the senator from Douglas, Senator from Sherman?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Here again, I'm going to oppose this amendment. She's taking money again from our safety for our children, so I'm going to oppose this.
Questions for the senator from Douglas on the amendment? Seeing none, Senator, you may close on your amendment. I apologize, Senator from Douglas. We're going to go back and catch the senator from Shawnee or Sedgwick. Senator Blasey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just also rise in opposition to this amendment. This mapping program is really about helping first responders report to a crisis in our schools and buildings. And so I would just hate to see us take funds from that fund for an emergency command center. So I will be opposing the amendment. Thank you.
Additional questions or comments for the senator from Douglas? Seeing none, Senator, you may close on your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A number of our young people spend time at the state fair. I do want to make sure that they're safe. I thought that this was an important effort from the state fair to accommodate that safety. With that, I would move my amendment.
You have heard the motion by the senator from Douglas to amend. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no? No. Motion appears to fail. Motion does fail. We are back on the bill. Questions for the senator from Sherman? Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am not going to ask for any additional expenditures from the State Fair Board, but I did want to point out one other issue in terms of wording, and they've given me too many pieces of paper. But we had in the discussion in our again, Senate Ag and Natural Resources Committee, talking about the Water Plan Fund. And the idea was that we would fund a hydrosuction pilot project from the state water plan. Obviously, we know that it's very important to keep our reservoir at John Redmond working for the to provide cooling water for our Wolf Creek plant. But in fact, when the this was written up, it was written up as the John Redmond dredging project. I think I did mention that concern in our committee and asked that we use the wording of the hydrosuction project. Those of us who've been in the legislature for a while might remember how much we spent on the John Redmond dredging project. I would ask that we could just pass over this amendment. I'll find it and get you the number.
While she's looking for her amendment, are there additional questions for the senator from Sherman? Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson. She sat back down, so we'll go back to the senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. I have an amendment, and it's 2043, and I've turned it in, and I think I can explain it.
Amendment 2043, we will pause momentarily while the amendment is distributed. Senator, you've indicated you would like to explain your amendment. Go ahead.
This amendment simply strikes the wording dredging project and replaces it with hydrosuction pilot program. I think almost all of the legislators received a copy of the Kansas Water Authority's annual report. And in fact, in their list of projects, they talk about the John Redmond Reservoir hydrosuction pilot project. I could explain how the gates at Tuttle Creek are lower and the ones at John Redmond are higher. So if we want to get the silt back down the river, we may need a different approach. And that's what I was very pleased to see. There are funds in the budget. I just want it named appropriately.
Questions, Senator from Sherman?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We did add funding. We added $3 million for hydro, and we've talked to the water office. That's what they plan on doing is hydro. I don't think this amendment is necessary.
Senator, questions on the amendment? Senator from Potawatomi, Senator Titus.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to comment, the senator from Douglas has provided a more technically correct description of the project, but I believe everybody understands the intent. So just wanted to share that. Thank you.
Additional questions for the senator from Douglas on the amendment? Seeing none, Senator, you may close on your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I agree that people all understand what they plan to do, but if, as a member of this body, if I pass a budget bill and vote for it that says dredging, I expect dredging to happen. I would like the hydrosuction pilot program, and with that, I move my amendment.
You have heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion appears to pass. Division has been requested. All in favor, please stand. We're not playing jumping jacks. Please remain standing if you're voting yes. Thank you. You may be seated. All opposed, please stand. Thank you. On a vote of 23 yes, 12 no, the amendment is adopted. We are back on the bill. Questions for the senator from Sherman? Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If there are no more questions, I have one final amendment that I think it would be good for the body to discuss. And this relates to our appropriations, and that making sure that this body passes an appropriation bill for fiscal year 2025. And with that, I have an amendment. It's 2018, and I've turned it in.
Amendment number 2018. We will pause momentarily while the amendment is distributed. Senator, do you wish to explain your amendment or have it read?
I'll have this one read.
The reader will read.
Mr. President, I move to amend Senate substitute for House Bill 2007 on page 22, following line 19, by inserting, quote, Section C, during the fiscal year ending June 30th, 2025, in addition to the other purposes for which expenditures may be made by the above agency from monies appropriated from the State General Fund or from any special revenue fund or funds from fiscal year 2025, as authorized by Section 26 of Chapter 88 of the 2024 Session Laws of Kansas, this or any other appropriation act of the 2025 regular session of the Legislature, expenditures shall be made by the above agency from such monies for fiscal year 2025 to pass and enact into law an appropriation bill providing for appropriations for the ensuing fiscal year or years for state agencies prior to the adjournment, Sin D, of the 2025 regular session of the Legislature.
Senator, do you wish to elaborate on the amendment?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So we have seen a bill that was passed that simply said, if we don't pass appropriations into law, then we'll just go back to the previous year's funding. And I was lucky enough or available enough to sit in on the initial discussion about this legislature, looking at a different way to adopt the budget. I did sit on 2 of, I think, 5 committee meetings that were held by the Special Budget Committee in November and December. I know there were also meetings of the leadership of that, because the intent and the promise, I think, was we would do a deeper dive on our budget this year and have an opportunity to do that. I did ask at one of those meetings if we could have a report on how much money was spent in the interim on adopting the budget. I have not received that information, but I think it would be good for us to know. I just feel very strongly that if the legislature is going to take over this process, then we need to see the process through. And this language would require us to adopt that appropriation and make it into law.
Questions on the amendment? Senator from Sherman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is just the opposite of Senate Bill 14, and that did pass over in the House today. So I will be opposing this.
Additional comments? Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The good senator is correct. This is exactly the opposite of Senate Bill 14, which I believe will be unconstitutional and is unconstitutional. Our one requirement of a legislature is to pass a budget. And so this is just ensuring that we do our constitutional obligation. I think there are a lot of people who do not agree with what's going on in DC, whether it's a Republican or a Democrat in office, because I think they're not doing their job. They're not passing a budget. They keep kind of punting the ball down the road. So this is saying that we are not going to do that. Our one requirement is to pass a budget. And again, I think there was some intent on that if the legislature wrote their own budget and we went through this process, we would know the budget better. We would be more informed. We would dig deeper into those agencies and have a better understanding when we're passing a budget. I don't think that has happened this year. Maybe it will happen next year. I do think we should make sure those budget committees are meeting and having that. I think this session has been a complete disaster as we are trying to figure that out and trying to look at something apples to apples has not been the case. In Senate Education, we had a small portion of the budget and completely flip-flopped how we have done this for the last 8 years that I have been in office. And again, our one obligation is to pass a budget. And I think with Senate Bill 14, we are abdicating that responsibility. We will see what happens when it's time to vote on this budget and go to conference. But I don't think this is our best product. I don't think we are serving Kansans very well in the manner in which we have chosen to do our budgeting this year. So I will be supporting this. We will see where the body is. But again, we all took an oath of office to uphold the Constitution. And by passing Senate Bill 14, we are abdicating that and therefore not fulfilling our obligation.
Further questions on the proposed amendment for the senator from Douglas? Seeing none, Senator, you may close on your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I did learn in those meetings in November and December, even though we had good presentations from the research department on agencies and their budgets, the motion that was made and came out of that committee was simply to start with the previous year's budget. So that was not a helpful process. I don't want to see that happen again. I want to make sure that if we continue to follow this process, next year we have a budget that's not just reappropriating what was done before, but is actually a budget that the legislature adopts. I move my amendment.
You have heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. No. Motion appears to fail. Motion does fail. We are back on Senate substitute for Sub-House 2007. This chair recognizes the senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you. I just want to make a few comments about the process that has gone into this budget. I think that we have done a disservice to ourselves as a Senate. We have not given this bill, this budget, the due diligence that it deserves. And we have not, whether the decision to work from our own base as opposed to the governor's is one thing, but then not to spend the time. For those of you that, and myself, that have sat on Ways and Means, we spent the first, I think, 4 weeks not working the budget, waiting for a product to come over the House. I don't see it being to our benefit as legislators to be working from the product of the House. They actually deep dived into committees and did produce a product that we looked at, but then when it came to social service or any of those, instead of spending time and hearing from the presenters on particular issues, they could submit in writing, but the only oral came from departments. And in some cases, there were decisions made that didn't even have a presentation from the departments. So that that really leaves us with a lower knowledge base than the House is working from when it comes to the budget as a whole. I heard some of my colleagues last year when there was discussion about this very process of working from a legislative start instead of from the governor's budget, of saying how much more time that would provide and how much more informed we would be in a deeper dive. And that did not occur at all. So where before, like with social service, we might spend 2 weeks with presentations, with subcommittees, we spent 1 day, 1 meeting, which did not give justice to the information base and that we were working from. I also think it's important to realize what we're doing to some of our agencies within this budget. And I'm going to look directly at EDIF funds. Because if you have the green sheet and you look at the EDIF and you look at what has been funded in 2025, and then you look at what's being funded in 2026, you will see that we are doing very, very little. And I would agree with the chair of Ways and Means that we do need to be making decisions about how best to spend state funds. But I think we also need to keep Kansans in mind when we're doing that. And one of those areas there's many that are whether it's job creation, whether it's the arts, we are not putting any money into the arts program in 2026. We are, whether it's parks, and I'm going to look at the parks budget. So our parks now are going to be so underfunded that it's going to be hard for them to provide staffing. And we have the World Cup coming in 2026. And one of the places that I would expect that visitors from other countries and from other states are going to look at our parks. They should be a showcase for our state. One of those parks that probably would be within the proximity of where many of those visitors might stay would be Clinton Park, which is in Douglas County. So Clinton had a total, visitors of 642,000 visitors last year. And our parks as a whole had over 8 million visitors. And yet we're cutting their budget to the point that they won't be able to provide the amount of staffing necessary to have that quality product for others, for us, and for others to enjoy. So our parks also, they draw into to your counties and mine, and they also, people then spend dollars in your county and mine. So when we underfund those, like as our parks within our budget to the tune of not being able to provide those resources and those activities for our Kansans, we aren't doing a service for our Kansans. We aren't doing what they would expect for us to provide. So I would just encourage you to take a look at the EDIF budget and how it's been decimated and the impact that it's going to have, whether it be through our parks or whether it be through public broadcasting funding, Main Street program. Many of the things that have been invaluable for our smaller cities and to take advantage of, there will no longer be funding there. So that's just one piece of this budget, which we did not delve into well within the budget process. I hope that if we continue to follow this kind of process next year, that we don't wait around and just look at what the House does. I don't think that's the product that we need to work for. We are elected to produce a budget, and it's our responsibility. And I think that there's 40 qualified people here that should have the opportunity to do that.
The chair has been notified. We're waiting on a couple amendments, but in the meantime, if anyone has any additional comments, questions, we will accept those. If not, we will move to some other bills and then come back to this legislation. Are there comments on the bill HB 2007? The chair recognizes Senator from Johnson, Senator Holscher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The person who just spoke did highlight a little bit of information in terms of the process, and just for the good of the body, would the carrier of the bill outline how the budget process was different this year than in years past?
Senator from Sherman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, it was a little bit different because we did start from a base budget. And the thing that's really different this year is, you know, we spent almost $1 billion more than we brought in last year. And like I mentioned earlier when we started this debate and this discussion, we're just trying to bring the curves a little closer. You know, we can't continue to spend more than we bring in. Yeah, there's tough choices. You know, do I agree with all of them? No. You know, no one will. I mean, it's never a perfect budget, whether we do it this way or in the past. You know, the thing in the past was we were working simultaneously with the House and our staff, you know, the revisers and our research, they're trying to do two different sides at the same time. And we're hopefully this has worked out a little better for them as far as not being torn between two chambers every day for the entire session, which is probably the biggest difference. And I think that, you know, it's like anything. We're trying to do our best. We look at things, and you know, hopefully we'll make some changes to the way we did things this year, next year, and it'll be better.
Senator from Johnson.
Thank you for that. Yeah, the process was much different this year, and I will just say it was interesting. And just to give you a little bit of background, I used to work for Sprint in one of the most profitable sectors of the corporation, and for several years I was responsible for devising the budget for all of the operations for everything west of the Mississippi. You know, large budgets such as that one and what we're doing here require thoroughness, attention to detail, and very clear communication. And I know a number of people voiced concern as far as this process. The very compressed time frame meant very abbreviated reports by different agencies with little time for real analysis. Likewise, the actual working of the bill had some concerns. We had complex amendments brought forward, conceptually at times without written documentation. Of course, that allows for significant errors to occur and impedes the ability to carry out analysis to determine the impact of those changes. And we had such an error come to light on Tuesday when it was revealed incorrect numbers had been reported regarding the education budget. That meant decisions were made based on significantly flawed information. Granted, we were asking a lot of staff because of this very compressed schedule and how things were being handled. So again, I do hope that we look for processes that are more thorough, that give attention to detail, and address some of those issues. Because to me, this is not the way you normally would put together a budget. I'm open to changes, but in retrospect, like I said, there were so many concerns here that it concerns me about the end product that we have put together.
Additional comments on HB 2007? Seeing none, and I have not been notified that the amendments have arrived, so we will temporarily pass over HB 2007, and we will turn our attention to House Bill 2107. The chair recognizes the senator from Butler to explain the bill and to adopt the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment. Oh, I got the wrong paper here. I'm sorry. I move we adopt the committee report.
You have heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. Senator, you may explain the bill. You might make sure you have the right paper in front of you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. House Bill 2107 would establish a 2-year statute of limitations for wildfire-related claims against an electric public utility. This bill would authorize the recovery of certain damages and put a cap for any fire claim of $5 million on punitive damages. A plaintiff would be permitted to recover economic losses to compensate for damage to property. Also, HB 2107 would require the Kansas Corporation Commission to convene a workshop to assist wildfire risk and utility mitigation efforts on or before July 31st, 2026. This workshop would provide a forum for presentation and discussion of general wildfire risks in the state, utility readiness to mitigate such risks, risk mitigation strategies and approaches, and cost recovery treatment for mitigation costs incurred by public utilities. As we all know, watching the news with the wildfires that's happened around, I'm very proud that they're being proactive with this. And there was a lot of compromise that went on with this, and the proponents to this is Evergy, Kansas Chamber, Midwest Energy, Kansas Electric Cooperatives. Neutral testimony is the Kansas Livestock Association, Kansas Farm Bureau, and Kansas Corporation Commission. There is no opponents. Fiscal note, the KCC indicates that enactment of this bill would increase expenditures from agency fee funds for consulting services estimated at $200,000 for FY 2026 and $100,000 for FY 2027, based on historical data. So with that, I stand for questions.
Questions for the Senator from Butler. Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Appreciate this bill, and it creates a new cause of action regarding wildfires and losses therefrom. And in doing so, it provides for damages related to the fire event, which is defined in the bill. And what the Senate committee did was added an amendment that would not only allow the claimant to recover economic damages, which would be the cost of replacing your home or your business or other property that was lost due to the fire event, but the amendment added non-economic damages. And non-economic damages are those damages kind of otherwise known as pain and suffering, the more subjective kind of damages. And with that, then, those are harder to show and harder to prove, right? You can show, your destroyed home, your destroyed business, your destroyed effects therein. But with the non-economic damages, it was of particular concern that, and with the economic damages as well, it would be difficult 30 years down the road to determine, like, oh, I'm figuring out that I'm having some emotional damages because of the fire event that happened 30 years ago. And for that reason, it's important because the law also values finality and freshness of memories and witnesses and being able to find witnesses to testify. For that reason, in the Code of Civil Procedure, we have not only statutes of limitations, like this bill has. It has a 2-year statute of limitation. You've got to bring your claim within 2 years of the fire event. But we also have in statute, in our Code of Civil Procedure, a statute of repose. And what that does is it puts kind of an outer time frame on when you can bring your claim. And it's usually for tort claims, like this would be a tort claim. It's a civil wrong, not a crime, 10 years. And so you might have a 2-year statute of limitation, and that 2 years starts to run when you've discovered, I have a loss due to, in this instance, a fire event. So, oh my, I'm suffering some non-economic damages due to that fire event. I want to bring a claim. So I have an amendment that would, and I have turned it in, and it is number 2067. And what it does is, for this type of claim, it also puts a statute of repose and a limitation, just like other civil claims, to limit your ability to bring any claim for economic or non-economic damages to within 10 years of when the fire event occurred. And the amendment is supported by the utilities that the chair said support the bill, and with that, I'd stand for questions.
All right, we will distribute the amendment, number 2067. We will pause momentarily while the amendment is made available to the members. Senator, you have explained your amendment, so we will move to questions. Questions for the senator from Johnson on the amendment. Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Faust-Godot.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a question for the carrier of the amendment.
She is standing. Go ahead.
Thank you. So the 10-year extension, that's on top of the 2-year of statute of limitations?
Senator from Johnson.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the 10 years starts to run at the time of the fire event. And you then have 2 years within that 10 years of when you've discovered your economic or non-economic loss to bring your claim. So if, for instance, you discover 4 years after the fire event that you have some non-economic or economic damages, your claim would still be timely because you have, if you have discovered it within 2 years of when you filed your claim, if that makes sense. So it's kind of a discovery rule. I haven't discovered that I have suffered some damages within the first 2 years, but I did 4 years later. Then I have another 2 years to bring the claim, but in no instance can it be more than 10 years from when the fire event occurred. So there is a hard and fast 10 years after the fire event, if that's making sense.
Senator from Butler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I consider this a friendly amendment.
Additional questions for the senator from Johnson. Seeing none, Senator, you may close on your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move my amendment.
You have heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Motion appears to pass. Motion does pass. We are back on the bill. Additional questions for the senator from Butler. Seeing none, Senator from Butler, you may close on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Utility mitigation planning for wildfires and parameters around liability are crucial. A good plan keeps people safe, a good plan keeps investors interested, and a good plan maintains a strong economic development environment for Kansas. HB 2107 is a straightforward, reasonable approach to having Kansas utilities play a role in ensuring our state is well prepared for potential wildfires and the resulting impacts. And with that, I move that when the committee rises and reports, report favorably as amended for passage.
You're talking about House Bill 2107?
Yes, sir, I forgot that.
That's what I thought. You have heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. We will now turn our attention to House Bill 2046. The chair recognizes Senator from Shawnee to explain the bill and to adopt the, Senator Diedrich to explain the bill and adopt the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that when, sorry, it's getting late, sorry. I move we adopt the committee report.
You have heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. Senator, you may continue to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. House Bill 2046 is a travel insurance bill. It would amend current law to allow travel insurance coverage for sickness, accident, disability, or death occurring during travel as either a separate policy or along with related coverages of emergency evacuation or the repatriation of remains. It authorizes insurers to file travel insurance policies under the accident and health line of insurance or inland marine line of insurance. The bill was brought to us by a representative of the American Council of Life Insurers. The bill would align with the National Association of Insurance Commissioners Travel Insurance Model Act and is probably something we should have put in statute before now. It will reduce confusion with insurers by clarifying the appropriate lines of businesses to file policies. It would also ensure that consumers have access to travel insurance coverage for everything from travel-related emergency evacuations to the repatriation of remains. The proponents were the American Council of Life Insurers. There were no opponents. There were no neutral. The amendments were brought to committee. The FI&I committee changed the effective date to publication in the Kansas Register. There's no fiscal impact to the Kansas Department of Insurance or to the state. The bill passed the House Committee of the Whole unanimously. Mr. Chair, I will stand for questions.
Questions for the senator from Shawnee? Seeing none, Senator, you may close on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that when the committee rises and report, it report House Bill 2046 favorably for passage.
You have heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. We are still waiting on amendments for Senate House Bill 2007. So they have not arrived. We will stand at ease for a few moments. The Senate will come to order. The amendments we were waiting on have arrived. We are back on Senate sub for House Bill 2007 with the senator from Sherman carrying the bill. Chair recognizes the senator from Miami, Senator Shane.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have an amendment that is turned in, and its number is 2079.
2079. We will pause momentarily while the amendment is distributed. Senator, do you wish to explain your amendment or have it read?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will go ahead and explain the amendment. So this amendment follows from my withdrawn motion earlier to provide $300,000 for the School for the Deaf. Differences between this motion and the withdrawn motion from earlier are that the description is that the funds would be used for a classroom resource teacher fund, which would provide greater flexibility, which was voiced as concern from the good senator from Johnson, and then would also make it where these funds would be coming from the, excuse me here, would come from the Job Creation Fund. So then the according amendments that need to be, that would associate those particular changes. And with that, I'd send for questions.
Questions for the senator from Miami. Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to thank the senator from Miami for making me able to support this worthy cause.
Additional questions for the senator from Miami, Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I too just want to rise in support of this, and I want to thank the carrier, the senator from Miami, for working with me on the language to make sure that they were able to hire those teachers that they needed to. So just standing in support.
Senator from Sherman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to support this. I think it's a good amendment.
Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson. Any questions for the senator from Miami on the amendment? Seeing none, Senator, you may close on your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, everybody, for your comments and for your support. I hope that the body will indulge me and pass this amendment so I can at least be batting 300 on my floor amendments. And with that, I close my amendment.
You have heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Motion appears to carry. Motion does carry. We are back on the bill. Chair recognizes the senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was just eager to get this thing moving. I have an amendment. It's 2065.
Amendment 2065. We will pause momentarily while the amendment is distributed. Senator from Lynn, do you wish to explain your amendment or have it read?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll explain it really quickly. What this would do is fund the Rural Opportunity Zone, but what we would do is only fund the tax credit portion and the reimbursement portion. There would not be any funds available for marketing or other expenses that have been charged to this fund in the past.
Are there questions for the senator from Lynn on the amendment? Seeing none, Senator, you may close on your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move my amendment.
You have heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Motion appears to pass. Motion does pass. We are back on the bill. Are there questions for the senator from Sherman? Seeing none, Senator, you may close on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A few quick thank yous. I'd like to thank the Office of Reviser of Statutes and the Legislative Research Department. I'd like to thank my staff, my chief of staff, Nancy, and my office staff, Donna. And I'd especially like to thank our Senate Ways and Means Committee. I appreciate all the extra time you folks put in. And with that, I would like to move that when the committee rises and it reports favorably for passage, Senate sub for sub HB 2007.
You have heard the motion. All in favor signify by... Okay, he said as amended before. Okay. You did say as amended at some point during your close, correct?
I don't know if I did or not, but I will make a motion again. I move when the committee rises and it reports favorably for passage Senate Bill sub HB 2007 as amended.
Thank you, and I appreciate the Secretary keeping us on task. You have heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion appears to pass. Motion does pass. The chair recognizes the majority leader from Sedgwick, Senator Blasey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move the committee rise and report.
You have heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, no. Motion carries.
Clerk will read the committee report.
On motion of Senator Blasey, the Senate resolved itself into the Committee of the Whole for consideration of bills on the calendar under the heading of General Orders with Senator Peck in the chair. Recommended Senate Bills 69, House Bill 2312, 2048, 2068, and 2046 be amended by the adoption of the committee reports and the bills be passed as amended. Substitute for House Bill 2102 and House Bill 2185 be passed. Substitute for House Bill 2007 be amended by the adoption of the committee report, recommending a substitute bill, be it further amended on motion of Senator Blue, Senator Schallenberger, Senator Dietrich, Senator Francisco, Senator Shane, Senator Tyson, and the substitute bill be passed as amended. House Bill 2107 be amended by the adoption of the committee report, and be it further amended on motion of Senator Warren, and the bill be passed as further amended.
I recognize Senator from Montgomery, Senator Peck.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move adoption of the committee report.
For the motion, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. The report's adopted. Chair recognizes the majority leader from Sedgwick, Senator Blasey.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move an emergency be declared, the rule suspended, and the following bill be advanced to final action and roll call. Senate substitute for House Bill 2007.
For the motion, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. We'll hold for final action. We're now ready for final action. On this roll call, we will take Senate sub for House Bill 2007. Clerk will read the title.
Senate substitute for House Bill number 2007, an act making and concerning appropriations for the fiscal year ending June 30th, 2025, June 30th, 2026, and June 30th, 2027 for state agencies.
Clerk will call the roll.
Alley. Argabright. Billinger. Blasey. Blue. Bowers. Bowser. Clays from Saline. Clays from Sedgwick. Clifford. Corson. Dietrich. Erickson. Fag. Fascudo. Francisco, Gossage, Haley, Holscher, Klemp, Cluse, Masterson, Murphy, Owens, Peck, Peterson, Petty, Rose, Reichman, Schmidt, Schallenberger, Shane, Starnes, Sykes, Thomas, Thompson, Titus, Tyson, Ware, Warren.
Has every senator had an opportunity to vote? Any senator wish to explain their vote? Change their vote? Senator Johnson, Senator Sykes.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to explain my vote on S sub for House Bill 2007.
Please proceed.
I vote no. There is no additional SPED funding. In fact, it's a cut. There's no reduced price lunches, no major investments in childcare or water, nothing to address the cost of living, meager state employee raise while inflation is running wild. Process was rushed and wildly took a machete to a budget without any thought outside of just to make cuts for cuts' sake. We are better than this, and we owe it to the people of Kansas to take this seriously, and this budget isn't a serious work project.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to explain my no vote. While I think that this budget is a vast improvement over what we've seen before, to me, we still have a huge spending problem. It's a great start, but it's just not enough for me to be able to support it. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Johnson, Senator Holscher.
Thank you. The most important job we have is funding our schools. Sadly, this bill takes us backwards in terms of funding K through 12 education as well as special ed. The magnitude of the shortfall is severe. For just the 2024 to 2025 year, school districts have had to transfer approximately $200 million to address the shortfall because the legislative body has refused to fulfill its obligation. In real terms, this means less money available for funding of student needs, as well as reduced funds needed for hiring when we already have severe teacher and para shortages. This budget also removes programs critical to our schools, including career and technical education, transportation, and teacher development, all while overlooking the need to fund the Blueprint for Literacy program, which the legislative body supported overwhelmingly last year. As mentioned earlier, the process used this year for the budget is a huge concern. As a result, there was little time for appropriate analysis and attention to detail was less than desired. As a result, some decisions were made based on flawed information or just an absence of information. Additionally, at times, there was the appearance that certain deals had been made in other arenas. Not fulfilling our responsibility to fund schools is a huge issue, coupled with the fact of the process. I fear that if we were in a business setting, we would all likely be looking for different jobs. I vote no.
Further explanation or changes? Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. President. With their permission, I would like to join both senators from Johnson on their explanations of vote.
So ordered. Further explanation. Changes. Senator from Wyandotte, behind the lamp.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to join the senators from Johnson on their remarks.
So ordered. Anyone further? Seeing none, clerk will close the roll, tally the vote. On a vote of 28 in favor and 12 opposed to the passage have House Bill 2007, this measure having received its constitutional required majority is hereby declared passed. Consideration of motions to concur, non-concur. Chair recognizes the Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Erickson on SB 50.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate non-concur in-house amendments to SB 114 and request a conference committee be appointed.
For the motion, all in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. Chair appoints Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Erickson, Senator from Johnson, Senator Thomas, Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes. Second motion, concur, non-concur. We'll go back to the Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Erickson. We did 114 right there. Now we'll do 50.
Sorry, Mr. President. I move that the Senate non-concur to Senate Bill 50 and request that a conference committee be appointed.
For the motion, all say aye. Opposed, no. Thank you for that. Chair appoints the conferees on the part of the Senate, Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Erickson, Senator from Johnson, Senator Thomas, Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes. Motion concur, non-concur. Chair recognizes Senator from Cali, Senator Alley on SB 199.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate non-concur and House amendments to Senate Bill 199 and request a conference committee be appointed.
For the motion, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. Chair appoints this conferees on part of the Senate, Senator from Cali, Senator Alley, Senator from Harvey, Senator Owen, Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Ware. Consideration of motions concur, non-concur. Chair recognizes Senator from Shawnee, Senator Dietrich.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate non-concur and House amendments to Senate Bill 27 and request a conference committee be appointed.
For the motion, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion carries. Chair appoints as conferees Senator from Shawnee, Senator Dietrich, Senator from Butler, Senator Fagg, Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco. Again to the Senator from Shawnee on, looks like 28.
Yes. Mr. President, I move the Senate non-concur and House amendments to Senate Bill 28 and request a conference committee be appointed.
For the motion, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. Chair appoints Senator from Shawnee, Senator Dietrich, Senator from Butler, Senator Fagg, Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco as conferees. Again to Senator from Shawnee on 32.
Mr. President, I move the Senate non-concur and House amendments to Senate Bill 32 and request a conference committee be appointed.
For the motion, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion carries. Chair appoints Senator from Shawnee, Senator Dietrich, Senator from Butler, Senator Fagg, Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco as conferees. Again to Senator from Shawnee on 42.
Mr. President, I move the Senate non-concur and House amendments to Senate Bill 42 and request a conference committee be appointed.
For the motion, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion carries. Chair appoints Senator from Shawnee, Senator Dietrich, Senator from Butler, Senator Fagg, Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco. Final time, Senator from Shawnee on SB 139.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate non-concur and House amendments to Senate Bill 139 and request a conference committee be appointed.
Thank you. You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. Chair appoints Senator from Shawnee, Senator Dietrich, Senator from Butler, Senator Fagg, Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco as conferees. Introduction of bills, concurrent resolutions. Clerk will read.
Senate Bill number 298 by the Committee on Ways and Means, an act concerning higher education.
This constitutes introduction of Senate Bill 298. Reports of standing committees. Clerk will read.
Mr. President, the Committee on Agriculture and Natural Resources recommends House Bill 2028 be amended and the bill be passed as amended. Mr. President, the Committee on Agriculture and Natural Resources recommends House Bill 2158 be amended and the bill be passed as amended. Mr. President, the Committee on Agriculture and Natural Resources recommends House Bill 2172 be amended by substituting with a new bill to be designated as the Senate substitute for House Bill number 2172 and the substitute bill be passed. Mr. President, the Committee on Public Health and Welfare recommends House Bill 2311 be amended and the bill be passed as amended. Mr. President, the Committee on Commerce recommends Senate Bill 229 be amended and the bill be passed as amended. Mr. President, the Committee on Federal and State Affairs recommends House Bill 2052 be amended and the bill be passed as amended. Mr. President, the Committee on Ways and Means recommends Senate Bill 290 be amended and the bill be passed as amended. Mr. President, the Committee on Judiciary recommends House Bill 2192 be amended and the bill be passed as amended. Mr. President, the Committee on Judiciary recommends House Bill 2164 be amended by substituting with a new bill to be designated as the Senate substitute for House Bill number 2164 and the substitute bill be passed. Mr. President, the Committee on Public Health and Welfare recommends House Bill 2217 be passed. Mr. President, the Committee on Commerce recommends House Bill 2119 be amended and the bill be passed as amended. Mr. President, the Committee on Financial Institutions and Insurance recommends Senate Bill 284 be amended and the bill be passed as amended. Mr. President, the Committee on Utilities recommends substitute for House Bill 2149 be amended and the bill be passed as amended. Mr. President, the Committee on Financial Institutions and Insurance recommends House Bill 2120 be amended and the bill be passed as amended. Mr. President, the Committee on Financial Institutions and Insurance recommends House Bill 2334 be amended and the bill be passed as amended. Mr. President, the Committee on Assessment and Taxation recommends Senate Bill 259 be amended and the bill be passed as amended. Mr. President, the Committee on Assessment and Taxation recommends HCR 5011 be amended by substituting with a new resolution to be designated as the Senate substitute for House Concurrent Resolution number 5011, and the substitute resolution be adopted. Mr. President, the Committee on Assessment and Taxation recommends Senate Bill 39 be passed. Mr. President, the Committee on Financial Institutions and Insurance recommends the substitute for House Bill 2152 be amended and the bill be passed as amended. Mr. President, the Committee on Education recommends House Bill 2382 be amended by substituting with a new bill to be designated as the Senate substitute for House Bill number 2382 and the substitute bill be passed. Mr. President, the Committee on Government Efficiency recommends House Bill 2240 be amended by substituting with a new bill to be designated as the Senate substitute for House Bill number 2240 as follows: Senate substitute for House Bill number 2240, and the substitute bill be passed. Mr. President, the Committee on Education recommends Senate Bill 263 be amended and the bill be passed as amended. Mr. President, the Committee on Federal and State Affairs recommends House Bill 2206 be passed.
On a final motion to concur, non-concur, Chair recognizes Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate non-concur and House amendments to Senate Bill 84 and request a conference committee be appointed.
For the motion, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. Chair appoints Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren, Senator from Pottawatomie, Senator Titus, and Senator from Johnson, Senator Corson. Before adjourning, are there announcements? Senator from Miami, Senator Shane.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, everybody, for indulging me. I just want to take a moment. There are some children and a mother in Lewisburg praying for the life of their father right now, an individual I went to high school with. And I just ask that everybody pray for him as he fights for his life from a tragic accident tonight. So thank you, everybody.
Any further announcements? Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. President. We're going to reschedule the freshman breakfast from Thursday at 7:30 a.m. to noon on Thursday instead, to accommodate the caucus and on the floor work. Thank you, Mr. President.
Further announcements? Seeing none, Chair recognizes Majority Leader from Sedgwick, Senator Blasey.
Thank you, Mr. President. Tomorrow, the Senate's on the floor all day, starting at 10 a.m. Senate Republicans will caucus at 8 a.m. in our usual room, 548 South. With that, I yield to the Senator from Douglas.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Senate Democrats will caucus in room 287 North at 8:30 tomorrow morning. I yield back to the Senator from Sedgwick.
Senator from Sedgwick.
Thank you, Mr. President. There'll be about 39 bills on general orders tomorrow. Watch your emails. That list will go out here shortly. Keep that in mind, as we just heard a bunch of bills read in for potentially Thursday. So we still have a lot of work to do the next 2 days. The Senate do not plan to work on Friday, so keep that in mind as you start drafting amendments. So with that, Mr. President, I move that the Senate adjourn until 10 a.m. on Wednesday, March 19th, 2025.
For the motion, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. We're adjourned.